Chapter 353. After the Battle of the Wei River, she had cut off her connection with her lifebond sword. She naturally thought that her lifebond sword had been destroyed and become a piece of metal that had fallen to an unknown place. Yet, just now, she suddenly came into contact with a thread of her lifebond sword's presence. Cultivators and their lifebond sword had a wondrous connection. Just now, her body resonated with energy, and she sensed the existence of her lifebond sword. However, this feeling only existed for an extremely short moment before she cut it off. A lost lifebond sword resonating again could only mean that her lifebond sword was being controlled by someone else. If it was controlled by someone, the connection between her and her lifebond sword could allow the controller to sense her existence, and even capture her general location. So even though she had an indescribable desire for this lifebond sword, in this moment, she decisively cut off her connection with her sword. The people of the Jiao sword furnace never lacked the courage to cut off their wrists. But for the cultivators of the Jiao sword furnace, their sword was their life. If they lost their sword, as long as it still existed in the world, they had to find it with their own hands. The metal pot floated in the roaring flames. The fish soup inside was immediately dried up, and the meat was burned to charcoal, giving off a noxious smell. Jiao Sai did not sense it and looked back at Changling. Just now, in this moment, she could at least sense that her sword was in Changling. Deep in the Changling Imperial Palace, clean light shone softly from the courtyard under the refraction of the crystals. It shone on the spirit lotus pond. The spirit energy was faint and did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Zheng Xiu, whose features were so perfect she did not seem to belong to a mortal woman, had an indescribable rhythm in the depths of her eyes. Even the spirit lotuses in front of her seemed to tremble in fear. Her brow furrowed deeply. In her perception, the lifebond sword of the Jiao sword furnace was still floating in the sky, wrapped in the pale white starfire, and being tempered and changed. She was just cultivating normally, and did not purposely use this sword to search for Jiao Sai's existence. She did not want anyone to know that this sword was in her hands, including Jiao Sai. Jiao Sai's reaction was very decisive. So she was not sure if this lifebond sword had formed a connection with Jiao Sai, but she clearly sensed a strange presence. She once again clearly sensed that someone's presence during cultivation had created a subtle disturbance in the primal energies of the universe she came into contact with. The heaven-replenishing divine art had always been the most mysterious and powerful method of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. She only knew that the heaven-replenishing divine art was powerful, but she did not know the contents of the heaven-replenishing divine art. Also, in the subconscious mind of any cultivator, the heaven-replenishing divine art could not be quickly comprehended. So she had never connected this change to the wine shop youth. She just faintly felt that a cultivator with a unique method had appeared in Changling. And this cultivator, she was very displeased with him. A letter was sent by Minute Mountain Sword Sect and ended up in a room in Changling's Guanzhong Guild Hall. One of the advisors looked at the old shopkeeper signing and stamping without any hesitation and found it hard to understand. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Young master, this letter is of great importance." "Head shopkeeper, do you not need to ask old master?" The old shopkeeper was very steady in his work. He was not in a hurry to reply. First, he firmly stamped the card, and then took out several red cards. Looking at the slightly burnt end of the red invitation cards, the cautious advisor's expression completely changed. Even his voice changed. "Shopkeeper, old master has specially instructed that young master Ding Ning's matter is the most important matter of the Xie family. So this has nothing to do with young master's intentions." The old shopkeeper motioned for the advisor to grind ink for him and said, "This is old master's intentions. Old master and the Xie family owe him a favor." The advisor was dumbfounded. The old shopkeeper couldn't help but look up and laugh. He said, "While young master did not enter the top 10 in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, he defeated the top talent on the Book of Talents with young master Shen. Even now, he is still able to stay in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Eldest Miss entered the top 10 of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. How many years has it been since anyone in Guanzhong did this? Which of the people who entered Minute Mountain Sword Sect before were not disciples of marquises or nephews of generals in the army?" After a pause, The old shopkeeper's smile grew prouder. Which person from Guangzhou is not proud of the Minute Mountain Sword trials this time? This time, the Xie family is requesting them to work together. Which one of them will not help? The advisor took a deep breath and wanted to say something. The old shopkeeper looked at him meaningfully and said slowly, "Business has its own profits and losses. No matter if it's a loss or a profit, what matters in the end is face, reputation, and how many people you've fed. If you can't even repay kindness, how can you continue doing business in the long run? Why should you care about temporary gains and losses?" "You are right." The advisor immediately realized and bowed respectfully. Then he started to grind ink. A carriage with a round black roof slowly moved through the streets of Chongling towards the Zhu family ink garden. Looking at this carriage, even the black-robed astrology bureau officials who were responsible for guarding along the way could not understand why someone of bureau chief Yi status would come to ink garden twice in just a few days. The black carriage suddenly stopped when it was 100 feet from the gates of ink garden. A handsome black-robed official of the astrology bureau quickly walked to the side of the carriage. He bowed deeply to the carriage and reported in an extremely low and fast voice, "Just an hour ago, the Guangzhou Xie family sent a scorched tail letter asking for help from the large merchant associations of Guangzhou, asking for their help in purchasing the celestial demon vine and wolf poison flower. The celestial demon radish greatly stimulates the minds of cultivators and temporarily increases the flow of their energies. But too much will cause hallucinations. The wolf poison flower is a fire poison. If eaten with too much energy, it is easy to have ulcers and rot. I do not want to listen to this nonsense." Yi Xileng's cold and powerful voice sounded clearly in the carriage. "You should know what I want to know." The young astrology bureau official immediately sweated and said even more respectfully, "We only found that Xie Changsheng sent a letter from Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The deeper reason is still being investigated. Go." The words came out of the carriage in an unusually simple manner. The black carriage continued to move towards the gates of Ink Garden. The young astrology bureau official immediately lowered his head and left quickly as though he had been pardoned. No one stopped him. Xiao Sharin, who was still sitting on the bamboo mat, did not even look up. As the black carriage passed through the outer garden and neared Ding Ning's small courtyard, the door curtains silently swung open. Dressed in white robes, Yi Xileng sat silently in the carriage. She looked at the quiet ink garden in front of her with a gaze full of emotion. While he was just an heir, they were going to meet again. Chapter 354. Ding Ning stood at the entrance to the courtyard, waiting for her. In this world, the hardest thing to understand was the human heart. On the stormy summer day last year, Ding Ning had looked at her from afar. Just like Zhao Zhan had seen that day, she still did not fit in with Changling. Yet he still did not dare to be certain of her feelings. Until Bai Shanshui came with her presence. Yi Xileng quickly saw the figure of the youth in indigo robes standing at the entrance to the courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden. She thought that she would be very excited, or moved. Yet she found that she was very calm. She gave a self-deprecating smile, showing 2 faint dimples. She had waited for too long. Revenge had become her life, and did not seem to have much to do with other people. Also, success or failure could not change what had already happened. Revenge was just for pleasure. Pleasure came from the mind and the process of revenge, from what she wanted to do, and had nothing to do with the result. Seeing Yi Xileng come out of the carriage and walk towards him with a serene expression, Ding Ning's mind suddenly became even calmer and more peaceful. He sensed her pleasure, and her clear conscience. Then he thought of what he had done. No matter what the result was, he had a clear conscience. Looking at her white dress, and her beautiful face that was no longer young, Ding Ning could not help but smile. "Hello, you are very good." Yi Xileng also smiled. These 2 simple sentences contained a lot of her emotions. Then she did not waste words. She looked at Ding Ning and asked in a normal tone, "An hour ago, the Guangzhou Xie family sent a scorched tail letter. All the rich families in Guangzhou, and the cultivators who came out of Guangzhou will collect the wolf poison flower and the celestial demon vine. This should be your doing. What do you want to do?" Ding Ning looked at her and said in a calm tone, "I want to kill that palace attendant." Yi Sileng was not shocked and smiled brighter. How? Ding Ning said, I want to force her to agree to a duel with me. Minute Mountain Sword Sect will help me think of a way. With the help of the Astrology Bureau, this matter will be much simpler. Yi Sileng did not even think and said with a smile, this matter is very simple. A palace attendant is also a person, and she has a lover. You know? Ding Ning was slightly surprised. Yi Sileng glanced at him. Palace attendant Rong is not an ordinary person. It is not strange that I know. Then it is even simpler. Ding Ning smiled like he was talking about a trivial matter. I have the 9-death silkworm and the heaven-replenishing divine art. The celestial demon vine and the wolf poison flower can make my energies stronger. With the 9-death silkworm, my cultivation speed will be fast, and I will not be harmed by the poison of these 2 medicines. The heaven-replenishing divine art can nourish my body and eliminate the negative effects of the 9-death silkworm. The heaven-replenishing divine art is a perfect complement to the 9-death silkworm. So you must enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Yi Sileng thought of the person who had always wanted to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect but had been rejected. He could not help but shake his head and sigh inside. Also, I have a cultivation method I obtained from White Goat Cave that can be used as a disguise. Ding Ning also sighed and said, the heaven-replenishing divine art is too mysterious. No one outside knows what kind of method the heaven-replenishing divine art is. In Minute Mountain Sword Sect, even if they are shocked at my cultivation speed, they will only think that it is a problem with the 3 corpses non-self-consciousness sutra that I accidentally obtained from White Goat Cave. It is fine if you do not kill, but if you do, you kill Zhang Xiu's people. In the last decade of Changling, it has always been her who wants to kill people, but no one dares to kill her people. Yi Sileng sneered and said, what next? Next, we will kill Liang Lian, and then break into the great floating water prison. Ding Ning looked at her, put away his smile and said seriously, then we will leave Changling. Then we will enter Realm 8. Then we will kill our way back. Ding Ning looked up at her bright eyes and said slowly, this is my entire plan. Yi Sileng laughed and said, it sounds like a beautiful plan. Ding Ning said, I hope it is very beautiful. I hope it is very beautiful. Yi Sileng repeated with a smile. Then she took out a white jade bottle from her sleeve. The white jade bottle carried the warmth of her body. It was filled with a black golden medicinal liquid so thick it looked like it would solidify. My plan is similar to your plan. Looking at Ding Ning, she said slowly with a thread of satisfaction, with the Xie family covering for you, no one will think that your sudden increase in cultivation is related to me. After all, there are more people keeping an eye on me than on you. After a pause, Yi Sileng looked at Ding Ning and said, I will try to do as little as possible for you because as long as I do something, there may be traces left behind. People may detect our connection. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, I understand. Then we will meet again. Yi Sileng sneered and turned to walk towards the black carriage not far behind her. Even from the side, one could clearly see the 2 beautiful dimples on her face. Goodbye. Ding Ning looked at her back and said softly. She did not ask him about the inheritance, where and when it came from. He also did not ask her why she did not appear where she should have been in the past. Everything had a reason. The past was not important. What was important was the beautiful future they hoped for. He held the small but heavy white jade bottle in his hand and walked back to his bedroom. Then he simply poured all the medicinal liquid in the white jade bottle into his mouth. A rumbling sound came from his body. The medicinal concoction was like countless stars shooting out from his body, carrying with it a terrifying power. But at the same time, countless silkworms came out of his body and surged towards these flying stars. Countless star-like drops of medicinal juice were continuously consumed by the silkworms. Then, these silkworms fed back an astonishing amount of qi, which passed through his meridians and gathered in his energy sea, becoming more and more condensed vital essence. His mind and consciousness seemed to merge with his vital energy. The 2 seemed to merge into one. Stars seemed to flash in his vital energy. His cultivation was rising at an astounding rate. At this speed, he feared that in less than a day, he would be able to go from Realm 4 not long ago to Realm 4 second-class cultivation in the cultivation world. At this time, Ding Ning was certain that when he passed Realm 4 second class, there was still a large amount of medicinal energy in his body that flew like stars. This kind of cultivation increase was too simple. But this was the accumulation of Yi Xileng's more than a decade of life and death battles overseas. It was simple, but how could it be simple? Chapter 355. Time gradually passed. Day and night changed. Changling had entered its hottest season. The little courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden was silent. It was clearly daytime, but the light of countless stars, or rather, the energies of the universe that had fallen from an unimaginable distance, were condensed into sticky essence by an invisible power. In the end, they flowed along some fixed paths and entered Ding Ning's body at a constant speed. Ding Ning's body emitted billowing hot air, and even formed billowing colorful clouds behind him, just like the saints in the legends. His skin seemed to turn to jade and gave off a glossy light. What was most frightening were the rustling sounds coming from his body like countless silkworms gnawing on mulberry leaves. The primal energies of the universe that gathered into his vital energy from the surroundings had completely merged with his vital energy. In his perception, the vital energy flowing through his body was like a silver liquid, translucent as it passed through his meridians. The stronger and more condensed vital energy was constantly changing his body, including his perception. In reality, it was not that the invisible mental power was strengthened in the short term, but as the primal energies of the universe were absorbed, it was like a person traveling in the darkness holding a torch that grew brighter and could see more places. Seeing was knowing. The vital energy that had rejected the primal energies of the universe outside his body started to perfectly merge with the primal energies of the universe inside his body. This meant that he had truly crossed Realm 4 second class. When the vital energy was stronger, it could store in the seal scripts for a long time without dissipating. With a thought, one could move the vital energy to flow through the seal scripts and drive the swords. This was the next Realm 5. For ordinary cultivators, it would take many years or even half a lifetime to cross from Realm 4 second class to Realm 5. But Ding Ning only used a fraction of a summer to complete this process. Amidst the chirping of the cicadas, a young woman dressed in plain robes and carrying a long sword slowly walked out of an alley facing Ink Garden. Her body was very light, and she made no sound when she walked like a cat. So she did not attract much attention. But when Xiao Sharin, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat, raised his head, he was stunned. The young girl nodded at Xiao Sharin from a distance and then passed through the open gates of Ink Garden, walking straight into the depths of Ink Garden. Her cultivation and age naturally couldn't surpass Xiao Sharin's, so she was naturally Xiao Sharin's junior. In all of Changling, the only person who could have such presence in front of Xiao Sharin could only be the next sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Jing Liuli, one of the two strongest monsters in Changling. Because the other party was someone who was valued by her master just as much as she was, and she respected the other party greatly, Jing Liuli released some aura that she would not normally release before approaching the small courtyard. A gust of cool wind blew in front of her, and many cool crystal lights appeared in the clear sky. Like tiny water droplets, they reflected and refracted the colors of the sunlight, forming a small but beautiful rainbow. Ding Ning had sensed her arrival long ago, but after she slowly released her aura, he pushed open the door and walked out of his bedroom. He walked out of the small courtyard to greet this young girl who, if not unexpected, would be the next sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Seeing Ding Ning appear in her sight, Jing Liuli, who had a hint of arrogance and coldness on her face, also nodded in greeting. Ding Ning bowed in return and asked, "Why have you come? If there is a letter to send, there will be a reply. Your friend Xie Changsheng prepared a reply letter and some things for you. I brought them over." Jing Liuli looked at Ding Ning and said, "At the same time, I came to learn from you." Ding Ning stilled and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "What qualifications do I have for you to learn from me?" Jing Liuli glanced at Ding Ning and said gravely, "I do not have such ability to go from Realm 4 to Realm 4 second class in such a short time." Ding Ning's expression immediately grew serious and he frowned slightly. "What method do you cultivate that you can sense the true progress of cultivation?" Jing Liuli did not evade and said directly, I cultivate the cold mountain snow. Ding Ning raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, Jing Liuli added, my sword is the snow reflection sword. If it was someone else, they would not be able to understand the meaning of her words, but Ding Ning understood. Being able to see the true cultivation of others, especially vital energy, is the key to defeating the enemy. He glanced at Jing Liuli and said calmly, in reality, other than cultivation, I also need to learn some other things from you. Jing Liuli looked at Ding Ning and said coldly, Master thinks that I am too simple. Too simple, I am not qualified for the position of sect master. Looking at Jing Liuli's presence as a sect master, and then at Jing Liuli's solemn expression, and hearing her speak of simplicity, Ding Ning could not help but laugh. Do not find it funny. Jing Liuli frowned slightly and said gravely, for example, in the matter of killing palace attendant Rong, I need to learn from you. Minute Mountain Sword Sect has a rebellious disciple. Minute Mountain Sword Sect wants to clean out the sect, but he holds an important position in court and is highly valued. If we kill him, my master will have a hard time explaining to the Yuanwu Emperor. Also, that person is very shameless and lives in seclusion. He does not accept any cultivator's invitation to duel. Even if I want to publicly challenge him, he will not accept. If I want to kill him, it will be the same situation as if you want to kill that palace attendant. Sect Uncle Shao gave you a suggestion, and you immediately felt that the suggestion was feasible and could do it with great confidence. Then I can learn from you and see how you do it. Ding Ning looked at this serious and stern young woman and grew silent. The next sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect was the responsibility that Bailey Sushua had given to this young woman. People who dared to take on the responsibility usually had the spirit of sacrifice. This is Xie Changsheng's letter, and the things he asked me to bring to you. Jing Liuli took something out of her sleeve and handed it to Ding Ning. She said with slight disdain, the Xie family even sent a scorched tail letter for you. What he gives you is not very useful. The things in Ding Ning's hands were very simple. A sealed ordinary letter, a fiery red pearl that flashed with light, and a small seal carved from a golden shell. Ding Ning calmly opened the letter. The writing inside was very messy, but the person who wrote it clearly worked hard and cheerfully. The brush moved quickly and with great force. The writing was also very simple. I have already arranged for the matter you mentioned. You can do things with money. Take my seal and go to any business of the Xie family to withdraw money. If they are stingy, you can pawn my night fire pearl. That was left to me by my grandmother. Let's see if they will spend a lot of money to buy it back. Ding Ning did not deliberately conceal it. Jing Liuli did not deliberately avoid it, so she saw most of the writing on the letter. She immediately sneered and said disdainfully, a rich playboy is a rich playboy, exuding the aura of wealth at any time and place. Ding Ning did not directly respond. He looked calmly at her and said, you should have heard the story of the pillars of Changling. Jing Liuli frowned and said, what pillars of Changling? Even you have never heard of it. Many things worthy of respect were destroyed like this. Ding Ning shook his head and looked at the distant sky of Changling. He said slowly, in the past, official Shang abandoned the laws and changed the system. Almost no one believed the things he said. He found a piece of wood that was easy to erect and issued a reward. He said that anyone who could erect that piece of wood would receive 1,000 pieces of gold. At the beginning, no one tried because they felt there was a trap. Later, someone tried and easily erected it. Official Shang really rewarded them with 1,000 pieces of gold. After that, everyone knew that official Shang was a man of his words and the new system was quickly implemented. Jing Liuli's expression grew solemn and she did not speak. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, the other aspect of this matter is that there will be brave people when there is a great reward. Also, we cultivators do not care about money, but most people in Changling who rely on money to live care. Jing Liuli's frown slowly relaxed. So you mean that money is very useful. If a person is good at using money, it is also a kind of ability. Ding Ning nodded, smiled and said, Xie Changsheng is the best example. He values money the most, but at the same time he values money the least. He squanders money like it is water. But he can win many things, like the help of others, retainers, and friends. Jing Liuli thought of how that person had shamelessly stayed in Minute Mountain Sword Sect and found it hard to have a good impression. Her gaze darkened. So large amounts of money are very useful for you to deal with that palace attendant. Ding Ning took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said seriously, everything is ready. Jing Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light shone out of her eyes. Then what do you prepare to do? Ding Ning turned to look at the high wall of ink garden that he had destroyed. Many residences had been built there, and the people who lived there were the neighbors of Falling Parasol. He said slowly in somewhat crude but honest words, in a person's life, the most basic is eating, drinking, defecating, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Chapter 356. Jing Liuli was puzzled. But thinking that Ding Ning would do this in front of her, she did not think more. She said slowly, while I do not know what past you have with the Xie family, Xie Changsheng fears that the Xie family will not dare to pay more. He worries too much. The Xie family's scorched tail letter is a letter of gratitude. They want all the Guanzhong people who have received the Xie family's favor to help. They will not be stingy with money. He worries too much, but at least he values friendship more than anything else. Ding Ning looked at the fiery red pearl in his hand and said seriously, this is one of his most shining qualities. Jing Liuli frowned slightly. Thinking of that person's performance from the Minute Mountain Sword trials to now, she felt that Ding Ning's words were not unreasonable. Ding Ning smiled inexplicably. He looked at Jing Liuli, who was dressed in the most ordinary robes, and asked, why are you not wearing the robes of Minute Mountain Sword Sect? If I wear the robes of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, people will easily guess who I am. Not because of my cultivation, but because of my identity. Not many people dare to provoke me. If I attract too much attention, it will be inconvenient to do things. Jing Liuli glanced at Ding Ning and said, also, no one will complain about having too much true battle experience. Ding Ning laughed again. In a place like Changling, it is easy to cause trouble and fight. As long as you do not dislike me for using you then. Jing Liuli raised an eyebrow and her expression grew serious. Since I am learning from you, I will be your student in this period of time. Naturally, I will do whatever you want me to do. Ding Ning thought and said, you can help me dig soil and plant flowers? Jing Liuli glanced at him and asked crisply, where do I dig, and what flowers do I plant? Ding Ning looked at her and smiled. He said, your sword is too eye-catching and too sharp. You have to put it away. If he was too casual, he would not attract attention. No one would have thought that a genius like Jing Liuli, who was extremely important to the future of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, would enter Changling alone without a carriage or an accompanying teacher. In the information of everyone, especially the truly important people of Changling, Jing Liuli was always accompanied by Yang Tai Guanjian, the fastest of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. In their view, Tan Tai Guanjian was always by Jing Liuli's side, not to teach, but to protect. Jing Liuli had her own means of concealing her whereabouts. So even people like Palace Attendant Rong, who had eyes in many corners of Changling, did not know that Jing Liuli had left Minute Mountain Sword Sect and entered the Ju family ink garden alone. Palace Attendant Rong's daily life was not as monotonous as that of ordinary palace attendants. From a certain point of view, she was like a shadow of Empress Zheng Xiu, a lone wolf that moved through Changling. She needed to frequently enter the imperial palace. Sometimes, she even had to go to Jiaodong Commandery to take care of some relatively secret matters. So she was not in the palace most of the time. She usually lived in Sky Radish Alley in the south of the city. Most of the people living in the alley were the family members of the palace. Her courtyard couldn't be considered large, but it was in the best location in this alley. Not far from her courtyard was a living spring, and the courtyard she resided in was the first residence to reach the upper reaches of a clear stream formed by this living spring. Her attendants had served her for many years and knew the preferences of this important person of the palace. She knew that this important person of the palace liked iced drinks after waking up early in the morning. So in the hot summer mornings, she would go and get some spring water to make lotus seed soup or mung bean soup to calm the heart, and then add some ice to cool it down. In the summer, after washing up early, She would drink a bowl of iced drink and then eat some fruits and vegetables. This was palace attendant Roang's habit for many years. The habit became second nature. Before the sun rose, palace attendant Roang meticulously washed up and walked into the courtyard. She sat under the grapevines and lifted the bamboo cover covering the breakfast. When her hand touched the bowl of clear mung bean soup, her brows unconsciously furrowed. Without waiting for her to speak, the originally worried servant girl reported in a low voice, "What a coincidence, the Li Ji ice house in the southern part of the city has closed, and the ice house in the western part of the city that is further away has sold out, so the ice used for the ice is hard to find." When a habit became natural, it would cause people to feel uncomfortable when it was broken. Also, palace attendant Roang knew what it meant for an ice house that could supply many wealthy families for a summer to be sold out. It was too easy for her to connect this to the Guangzhou Xie family's scorched tail letter. Spending so much just so I can't drink a bowl of iced mung bean soup. There was no anger on her glowing porcelain face. As she slowly picked up the bowl of mung bean soup that had been cooled with spring water, a scornful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The heads of these Guangzhou people are interesting. A bowl of iced mung bean soup could at most make her unhappy for a while. In her view, it would not affect anything. Yet, just as she spoke scornfully and picked up the bowl of mung bean soup to drink, her nose moved slightly and her brow furrowed. What is this smell? Why is it so smelly? The maidservant beside her subconsciously covered her mouth and nose and said in a muffled voice of disgust. Many curses came out of this quiet alley, and the sound of doors being pushed open. Palace attendant Roang was a powerful cultivator, so she did not need to go out to know what had happened. Multiple caravans were passing through the nearby alleys. The alley the caravan was passing through was located upwind. The caravan was transporting ordinary goods. But due to the hot weather, these horses naturally gave off an unpleasant smell. More of the stench came from the dung bags behind each horse. The smell of the horse dung in the dung bag seemed to have caused the grapes growing on the grape trellis in the courtyard to smell like fermentation. It made people unconsciously feel that their bodies were starting to smell like they had been soaked in overnight rice and turned rancid. When palace attendant Roang heard more curses, her gaze darkened and her expression grew ugly. Those people who pushed open the doors to negotiate with the caravan would not have any results. Because those caravans didn't have any problems, even the stinking dung bags were a necessity in the city. The purpose of the dung bags hanging behind each horse was to hold the horse dung that the horses spat out during their journey, to prevent the horse dung from randomly scattering on the streets. The streets the caravan passed through were the caravan's normal paths. The residents of the surrounding alleys had no reason to stop the caravan's advance. But even more importantly, there would not be many caravans passing through here at this time. The most important thing was that the feces excreted by the horses were exceptionally smelly. It was obvious that they had eaten some special fodder. To be able to boldly buy all the ice in an ice house, they naturally could have caravans pass through here from time to time. These were naturally just shameless little tricks that affected her mood. Yet, not long after the Xie family sent out the scorched tail letter, such things started to happen. This meant that all of these actions were targeted at her. After a long moment of silence, she looked up and stopped the attendants who were preparing to go out and argue with the caravan. She had the attendants prepare the carriage. Since the Empress had personally promised her safety, she knew that as long as she did not agree to the duel with Ding Ning, she did not have to consider her safety. She knew that if these Guangzhou people became shameless, they would have many unimaginable moves. Even if she solved the present problem, there would be more new problems. Since they did not want her to peacefully eat breakfast here, she would change places. Changling was so large. Could these Guangzhou guests fill it up with caravans? She walked out of the courtyard and boarded the carriage. Nothing unexpected happened. The carriage left this smelly alley and started to move towards some secluded alleys. There were many elegant eateries in this small alley. However, before her carriage had even officially entered this alley, a man wearing a short gown, looking rather straightforward, had already passed by one shop after another. At the same time, he paid the shop owners the equivalent of several days' worth of profits, only for these shops to close today and not do any business. Some of the customers who dined in these shops also received generous compensation, and they were all very happy. The only unhappy one was this palace attendant Rome. When her carriage entered the alleyway, it had become even quieter. Almost all the shops had closed. She was like a plague. All the places she passed seemed to have become dead zones. The sunlight was strong and the heat was tempting. When the carriage driver started to feel at a loss, she said after a moment of silence, "Go to Happiness Tower." Happiness was on her face. Happiness Tower was one of the most famous restaurants in Changling, and that restaurant belonged to Jiaodong Commandery. She did not believe those people from Guangzhou could stop her from drinking in this restaurant. The carriage driver was very familiar with the location of the restaurant. The carriage wheels seemed to become light again. When they passed a stone bridge not far from the restaurant, the wheels jumped up slightly as though they were about to fly. But at this time, palace attendant Rong, who had calmed down in the carriage, suddenly looked up. She heard the sound of hooves. The places she had passed before were like dead streets swept by a plague. But at this time, the streets she was passing through suddenly became very busy. Many horse caravans appeared in the surrounding alleys. These caravans seemed to be in a hurry to get on the road. Therefore, in the next short period of time, the road around her carriage was completely congested. Countless noises could be heard from the horse caravan. Each horse had a sack of dung behind them. The dung in the sacks gave off a pungent smell. She seemed to be in a dung heap. At this time, she seemed to sense something and looked out through the cracks in the curtains. That was Happiness Tower. There was a youth in ordinary robes standing behind the railing. He looked at her coolly like he was looking at the scenery. He held a bowl of iced soup covered in condensed water droplets. Chapter 357. Most of the young talents of Changling did not dare to look down at her like this, much less that bowl of iced drink. So this youth could only be Ding Ning. Palace attendant Rong narrowed her eyes slightly. She looked for a few breaths and then got off the carriage. She was a powerful cultivator. The horse caravan blocking her carriage could not stop her from moving forward. She appeared to be strolling, but she was like a breeze. She easily walked out of the clogged horse caravan and walked towards Happiness Tower without a speck of dust. Perhaps it was because she was intentionally showing off her cultivation, but a lustrous ball of light even appeared around her body. Not only did it isolate the filthy stench, but it also isolated the heat of the summer. No one stopped her. She went up the tower until she was behind Ding Ning. There was wind at the top, and the horse caravan slowly dispersed after she left the carriage. There was no longer any stench. Ding Ning did not immediately turn around. Her gaze first landed on Ding Ning's back, and then on the bowl of iced drink in Ding Ning's hand. A scornful sneer appeared at the corners of her mouth. She slowly said, as expected, "It is a bowl of iced mung bean soup." Ding Ning did not look at her. He slowly drank the bowl of iced mung bean soup, and then allowed the bowl to fall down the stairs with a crisp crack. As palace attendant Rong's eyebrows rose slightly, he turned around and looked calmly at palace attendant Rong. He said, "Even if it is made by Happiness Tower, the taste is not very good." Palace attendant Rong did not show any anger. She looked calmly at Ding Ning and said, "If you just want to vent your anger, you do not need to go through so much trouble. If you really want me to apologize, I can never drink this iced mung bean soup. The person is dead. What is the use in apologizing?" Ding Ning looked at her and shook his head. He said coolly, "I am not like senior sect brother Zhong Yi. I am more realistic. The so-called glory is true glory when people can see it. In the end, I just want the old man to be happy. What is the meaning in a grand funeral now? The old man tolerated and gave in his entire life. His final wish was to watch the entire sword trials. But you even want to cruelly deprive him of his last bit of time. You are just a palace maid." Ding Ning smiled and said seriously to palace attendant Rong, "You think I just want to vent my anger?" Palace attendant Rong's gaze turned cold. "You are just a palace attendant." She had heard Ding Ning say this during the Minute Mountain sword trials. But when she heard Ding Ning say it this time, she had a completely different feeling. "You want to force me to fight you and then kill me?" She was silent for a moment, then raised her head and looked coldly at Ding Ning, saying, "I will not agree to your request for a duel. It is not that I feel you have enough power to kill me, but I will not go against the Empress' decree." Palace attendant Rong slowly said, "You have proven after the Minute Mountain Sword trials that you are a genius on par with Jing Liuli and An Baosha. In the future, you will be a pillar of the Qin dynasty. So even if I can kill you now, I will not act. As long as the Empress appreciates you, I will not accept your request for a duel." Ding Ning smiled and said, "I heard you have a cat with slightly blue fur. It is very rare and very obedient. Just an external object. If you like it, I will send it to Ink Garden today for you to do as you please." Palace attendant Rong smiled coldly and shook her head. She said, "What you do is of no use to me. I can return to the palace, even if I stay for a long time. Your tactics cannot be used in the imperial palace. Also, the major families of Guanzhong cannot help you without limits." Ding Ning put away his smile and looked at her. He said, "What is most annoying about you is that you are too confident and superior. Even if you apologize, you do not have any sincerity. Even if you were given a chance to do it again, you would still do the same thing. If I do not kill you, I will not be happy. My eldest sect brother who was forced away by you will not be happy. My junior sect brother Shen Yi will not be happy." Palace attendant Rong's gaze grew colder. But before she could say anything, a shout came from the nearby street, and then there was the thunderous sound of hooves. In the blink of an eye, a galloping horse with red eyes charged down a long alley. With a loud bang, this mad galloping horse collided with the horse pulling the carriage in front of Palace attendant Rong's carriage. When the two collided, the two galloping horses spilled blood, and their brains splattered on the ground. The carriage driver who was driving the carriage for Palace attendant Rong paled and gave a shout. He was almost thrown out of the carriage. The rider of the galloping horse flipped and landed on the ground. Then he bowed apologetically to the carriage driver and said, "The horse was frightened and caused such a disaster. I will compensate." Naturally, this was not a coincidental accident. Ding Ning did not disguise it. Looking at the bloody scene of blood and brains flying, he looked calmly at Palace attendant Rong and said, "We cannot be happy, so we will not give you happiness. As long as you do not fight me, such things will happen. You will not even have a carriage in Changling. You can only walk back to the imperial palace on your own. Fortunately, it is not too far to walk." Palace attendant Rong's gaze turned completely cold. She said, "So what you are most unhappy about is the departure of your eldest sect brother Zhong Yi. You have to understand, any cultivator in Changling must listen to the decrees of the entire Qin dynasty. You are all citizens of the Qin dynasty. As you cultivate to become stronger, you must clearly understand who you are working for. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are in cultivation, you are seeking your own death. You think too highly of yourself." Ding Ning looked at Palace attendant Rong and said slowly in a calm manner that could easily drive people crazy, "You are just a palace attendant. In the eyes of most people in Changling, I have absolute reason to challenge you. I have been in Changling for decades, experienced countless things, and seen all kinds of storms. I want to see what methods you have to force me to accept your challenge. Also, since you want to make trouble for me, I will naturally make trouble for you. This is a very fair matter." Palace attendant Rong did not speak and turned to leave. "It appears that she does not fear your threat." When Palace attendant Rong's figure disappeared from the street, Jing Liuli, dressed in plain robes, appeared behind Ding Ning and said sternly as he looked in the direction Palace attendant Rong had disappeared. Ding Ning nodded and said, "Of course, she will not be afraid of these tactics. But as time passes, her mentality will change. She will start to feel conflicted that she should have agreed to fight with me earlier. In the end, this conflict and anger will easily cause her mentality to lose balance." Jing Liuli was slightly puzzled and said, "Why will her mentality change and conflict that she should have agreed to fight with you earlier?" Ding Ning smiled and said, "Because she will find that my cultivation is constantly increasing. My cultivation is quickly growing stronger." Jing Liuli's eyes lit up slightly. She seemed to understand Ding Ning's meaning. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, What I need to do next is to let her know that my cultivation is quickly growing at a terrifying rate. After a pause, Ding Ning smiled and said, fortunately, she also said she would make trouble for me. I need to let her know that my cultivation is growing quickly, so there is no need to be so deliberate. Jing Liuli nodded and asked humbly, then what about her old lover? Ding Ning said, that is the straw that breaks the camel's back, so do not touch him for now. This will encourage her to meet him more and obtain more comfort from him. Jing Liuli thought carefully for a moment and said, I understand. Let's go to her residence. Ding Ning said and started to go downstairs. Jing Liuli followed behind him and asked softly, what are we going to do? Ding Ning said, to get her cat. Jing Liuli frowned slightly and was slightly puzzled. Ding Ning turned to look at her and said, there are some things that the enemy doesn't seem to care about, but it doesn't mean that they really don't care. And even if they really don't care, when you take away their things one by one, they will still feel a little uncomfortable. Jing Liuli's brows relaxed and she nodded. Are we going to kill her cat? Why would we kill it? Just take care of it. Ding Ning smiled. Being uncomfortable for a long time is naturally more uncomfortable than being uncomfortable for a short while. Jing Liuli thought for a moment and said, then why don't we get her old lover to fall in love with someone else? Ding Ning laughed involuntarily and said, fall in love with someone else? Don't tell me you want her old lover to fall in love with you. Jing Liuli said seriously, if it works, I can give it a try. Ding Ning looked at her serious expression and then looked at her immature but dignified aura. His smile became brighter. Forget it. I don't think that person has such good taste. Kill the cat in my house. In a place where he and Jing Liuli could not see, a middle-aged man in yellow robes appeared in front of Palace Attendant Rome, who was walking alone. Palace Attendant Rome walked past him and said softly and coldly. Chapter 358. Ding Ning and Jing Liuli walked down Joy Tower and boarded a prepared carriage. Ding Ning sat in the carriage. Jing Liuli sat at the front of the carriage and started to drive. She had left Minute Mountain Sword Sect to learn from Ding Ning. In this period of time, she thought of herself as Ding Ning's student. Since her attitude was like this, she appeared very natural when she did these things. While she had the same appearance at the Minute Mountain Sword trials and did not disguise herself, very few people had seen her during the trials. Also, the naturalness of her driving for Ding Ning became the best disguise for her identity. No one would have thought that the next master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, the legendary genius Jing Liuli, would drive for Ding Ning. Along the way, anyone who looked at this carriage intentionally or otherwise thought that this simple young woman was the attendant that Wang Taishu had arranged for Ding Ning, or one of Ding Ning's junior sect sisters in White Goat Cave. Jing Liuli was not familiar with the streets of Changling, but Ding Ning knew them like the back of his hand. As she listened to Ding Ning's directions and Ding Ning's introduction of these streets, she couldn't help but frown slightly. She thought, if she fought with Ding Ning in the streets of Changling, she would be slightly weaker than him and lose the geographical advantage. Seeing her frown and sensing the change in her presence, Ding Ning knew that she was thinking about cultivation. So he couldn't help but say softly with emotion, only those who are obsessed can reach the peak. You were born obsessed with cultivation, and everything you see is cultivation. Even if your talent is not as good as it is now, it will not be something ordinary people can reach. But I still fear that I will not be able to catch up to you in the future. Jing Liuli responded calmly. When she said this, she didn't raise her head, only calmly looking at the road ahead. However, when she said this, she suddenly raised her head. Thunder rumbled on the stone path ahead. A horse was pulling a carriage, and it was galloping towards the carriage that she and Ding Ning were in. The carriage wasn't carrying an ordinary carriage, but several buckets of dung. For cultivators, there was enough time to react between hearing the sound and the actual impact. Jing Liuli's eyes narrowed slightly. Behind her, Ding Ning said softly, Palace Attendant Rong's methods. Jing Liuli raised her eyebrows slightly. Ding Ning continued, stop the carriage, otherwise, the feces will spill all over the ground. Our carriage will also stink when it passes by. Just as this voice rang out, a gust of wind blew past Jing Liuli's body. The carriage was already slightly lighter, and Ding Ning's figure had already gently floated out of the carriage. Jing Liuli naturally thought that Ding Ning was right. But until Ding Ning flashed past her, she had not thought of how to deal with this. It was easy to kill a horse, and it was easy to separate the horse from the body of the carriage. However, looking at the shaky appearance of the dung bucket, it was extremely difficult to prevent the heavy horse and the carriage from overturning no matter what method was used. In this moment, Ding Ning attacked. The people on the two sides of the road moved out of the way. They looked chaotic, but in reality, there were many pairs of eyes looking solemnly at Ding Ning's performance. When Ding Ning attacked, these calm and cold eyes were filled with shock and incomprehension. Ding Ning stabbed forward with the last flower remnant sword in his hand. Countless fine white flowers bloomed on the blade. Then the front of the sword split into countless fine threads. These tiny sword threads flew out like white hairs, each of them still blooming with fine white flowers. There were many beautiful flowers flying in the air, each blooming with unique primal energies of the universe. This was not just a pure vital energy presence. Vital energy had perfectly absorbed some primal energies of the universe. This was at least the middle level of Realm 4, energy fusion. How many days had passed since the Minute Mountain Sword trials? At the time, Ding Ning had just entered Realm 4, and he had been seriously injured during the Minute Mountain Sword trials. Now, his injuries had healed, and his vital energy cultivation was Realm 4 second class. How was this possible? But this was not the only thing that shocked and puzzled them. When the sword threads of the last flower remnant sword in Ding Ning's hand spread out, a glowing stream of water flowed out from the front of each thread. Each sword thread seemed to become a willow branch in a pond. Then when the wind blew, they sprayed out glowing streams of water. Countless streams of water pierced into the body of the mad steed. The steed was still galloping forward, but its momentum was becoming slower and slower. Ding Ning swung his sword. At the same time, the horse almost stopped, its hooves powerlessly falling forward. Ding Ning's sword light cut through the reins, belts, shafts, and everything else that could be connected to the carriage. Just like that, he cut them in half. The horse fell to the ground. The carriage behind it swayed slightly, and then completely stilled after Ding Ning's sword slapped down. Jing Liuli had stopped the carriage long ago. Her carriage was dozens of feet away from the horse and the dung carriage behind it. It is not easy to raise a horse, and it is not its fault. Since you have the ability to stop the carriage, why kill the horse as well? She asked softly, but seriously. Ding Ning turned and walked back to the carriage. He said, "It has been fed the crimson stone powder. It cannot live. It will only increase its pain." Jing Liuli's brow furrowed deeply. "You can make so many judgments in an instant. I should learn from you." Ding Ning looked calmly at her. He pointed at an alley next to the carriage and said, "Go there. Go around this section. It will not waste much time." Jing Liuli's expression was stern, but at least she appeared calm. She did not say anything else and obediently drove into the alley. A fresh and sweet fragrance entered her nose. There were many gardenias planted on the two sides of the alley. The snow-white flowers were blooming beautifully. Thinking of the distance just now the horse had fallen, Jing Liuli knew that Ding Ning had deliberately controlled it. She took a deep breath and said, "Even if just now I can think of a sword move as quickly as you, in terms of the use of sword moves, I am still not as good as you. In my view, sword moves only need to be used well. There is no need to care about absolute perfection." Ding Ning looked at her back and said seriously, "There is no absolute perfection in the world. Also, opponents cannot have an absolutely perfect response. Just right, but not absolute perfection." Jing Liuli pondered the meaning of these words. Her brow unconsciously furrowed deeper. She felt the truth in these words deeper and deeper. The carriage gradually moved away from the eyes that were staring at Ding Ning. However, the shock in those eyes was still expanding. Terrifying when one thought about it. This was what these people were feeling right now. Other than Realm 4 second-class cultivation, the first move was Cloud Water Palace's 1000 Water Coil. This move originally needed many preludes to be used. It was a sword move similar to a sword formation. Yet Ding Ning just used the last flower sword's characteristics to use this move. This kind of execution was not just an excellent performance of a sword move, but a kind of innovation. Other than this move, the next move was a break and a slap. His control of power was just right. To be able to use sword moves to such a level, this was more terrifying than just the improvement of vital energy. A Realm 4 second class challenging a Realm 6. This seemed to be an act of seeking death. Yet inexplicably, many of these people started to worry about Palace Attendant Rong's safety. The flower-scented alley was very quiet and washed away all murderousness. There were very few pedestrians. But Jing Liuli's hand instinctively fell to her side. That was where the hilt of her sword should have been, but at this moment, she touched nothing but air. Her sword was not there. Never have any habitual behavior. Especially when using the sword, any habitual behavior is a fatal weakness. Looking at Jing Liuli, who had realized some problems, Ding Ning said calmly. His and Jing Liuli's gazes landed on a porter by a well at the entrance of the alley. That porter looked normal, just using cold water to wipe his body. But Jing Liuli, and he knew at the same time that this person was not an ordinary porter. There is something wrong with the way he is holding the cloth. Jing Liuli nodded slightly to show that she had learned. At the same time, she turned to ask Ding Ning, "How did you see? The wear on his carrying pole does not match his figure." Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "There are many porters in Falling Parasol. His shoulders cannot wear out the kind of wear on his carrying pole." So this was what it meant to see the unusual in the ordinary. Thinking of the progress Zhong Yi had made in the ordinary wells, Jing Liuli was thoughtful. He has no murderous intent. Ding Ning said softly, "Let's just go through normally." Jing Liuli was puzzled. Any cultivator who wanted to ambush, especially an assassin, would hide their murderous intent. Why was Ding Ning so sure that the other had no true murderous intent right now? At this time, a soft and condensed voice reached her and Ding Ning's ears. "Palace Attendant Rong rarely has weaknesses. What you have seen is not her weakness." Chapter 359. This voice naturally came from the cultivator who looked like a porter. However, looking at his appearance, he was still wiping sweat, as if he wasn't talking to them at all. Jing Liuli looked at this cultivator who was behaving strangely. Her eyebrows rose and she was about to speak when Ding Ning's voice sounded behind her. "Do not ask, just listen." Jing Liuli's gaze flashed slightly. She did not speak and continued to drive the carriage forward. In other words, many of her weaknesses are feigned. Her cat was already dead when you arrived in her courtyard. She ordered it to be killed. She is as cold as the Empress. This coldness is not only shown to others, but also to herself. It's the same for her old lover. Even if you torture her old lover in front of her, it's useless. Because people like her always love themselves the most. In this world, in Changling, she only fears one thing, the Empress. Her only weakness is the Empress. If you want to deal with her, you have to find where she hid something or was disloyal to the Empress, even if it was fake. As long as these things are exposed, she will become more and more terrified. She will worry that your continuous exposure will cause the Empress to be dissatisfied with her. Then she will agree to fight you and want to end this matter. Jing Liuli's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Only when the carriage left the alley and the cultivator who looked like a porter stopped speaking did Jing Liuli speak softly. "This person seems to be reasonable," she said softly. Ding Ning nodded and said softly, "It is reasonable, and he is not an ordinary person. He knows a lot. He even knows that Palace Attendant Rong has an old lover." Jing Liuli thought of this and her gaze darkened. "Can you guess the identity of this person?" Ding Ning said calmly, "Most likely, he is someone close to the Empress like this palace attendant." Jing Liuli turned her head and looked at Ding Ning sternly. "How do you know?" "The matter of Palace Attendant Rong's lover is extremely secretive. Even your Minute Mountain Sword sect does not know. Only the Astrology Bureau knows. In all of Changling, only the Divinity Bureau and the Empress know as much as the Astrology Bureau." Ding Ning glanced at her and indicated for her to focus on driving the carriage. At the same time, he slowly said, "Also, you did not notice his tone and address. Every time he mentioned Zheng Xiu, he called her Her Majesty the Empress, and his tone was very respectful. The people of the Divinity Bureau have always been cautious and will not cause trouble, much less have anything to do with me and Minute Mountain Sword Sect. What Yuan Wu and Zheng Xiu hated the most was that the Divinity Bureau and the Astrology Bureau, who supervised the officials, were in cahoots with others. If someone from the Divinity Bureau dared to do such a thing, they wouldn't be so respectful in terms of address and tone. Jing Liuli was silent for a moment and said, "I have many things to learn from you. But since he is also someone close to the Empress, why did he help you deal with Palace Attendant Rong? Is he purposefully making a move? We will know if he is purposefully making a move when we try." Ding Ning looked at her humble appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "As to why someone close to the Empress would help me deal with Palace Attendant Rong, I do not know the reason. I cannot know everything." Jing Liuli thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then she asked, "Palace Attendant Rong has been like the Empress' shadow in these years. Could she have been disloyal to the Empress? If so, why didn't that person say so if he wanted to help us? It may be a suspicion, but not a certainty. But as long as there is a suspicion, it is possible to find out." Ding Ning looked at Jing Liuli and said, "The other even said something like her old lover. He believes that with our abilities, we would know this already. So he may feel that there is no need to mention it, and we can find out. Also, it is not hard to create something out of nothing. At least, he is right about one thing. It reminded me." After a pause, Ding Ning said seriously, "Her greatest fear is Zheng Xiu. Only when it involves Zheng Xiu will she be in her greatest fear. Even more importantly, Zheng Xiu loves herself the most. She is most familiar with and understands Zheng Xiu, so she will be more terrified." Jing Liuli turned to look at Ding Ning and said, "You also seem to understand the Empress." Ding Ning said calmly, "I have heard enough stories. Also, I do not know where my eldest sect brother Zhong Yi is." The carriage came closer to Palace Attendant Rong's residence. A clear scream of a cat was heard. In Palace Attendant Rong's courtyard, the attendant who usually served Palace Attendant Rong held a pair of scissors. Her body trembled and she was about to cry. Her body was splashed with blood. On the ground in front of her was a cat with faint blue fur that had not completely died and was still convulsing. Just like many mornings in the past, Zhong Yi woke up at the first rooster crow. Without any delay, he got up, dressed, folded his blankets, and started to wash. Even when they were in the inn, they were still very meticulous. The conduct of a gentleman was not based on external objects, but on the heart. Some things puzzled him. From the Qin to the Yang, no one had arranged for him, so he had to follow the caravan around the Chu and Yang borders. But when he reached the Yang, even in the border villages, there were people who received him and arranged his food and lodging until he was led to the Yang capital. Right now, there was a carriage parked outside the inn he was staying in. This carriage would take him to Celestial Seal Sect today. In the open space in front of Celestial Seal Sect bathed in the morning light, many young students from all over the Yang dynasty had gathered. The cultivation places of the Yang dynasty were not as concentrated as those of the Qin dynasty. So these students who came from all over were travel-worn. Celestial Seal Sect was publicly recognized as the strongest sect in the Yang dynasty. In the entire world, Celestial Seal Sect held an important position. For many years, at least 7 out of 10 of the most famous cultivators of the Yang dynasty came from Celestial Seal Sect. After a simple breakfast, Zhong Yi, carried by the carriage, came to the gates of Celestial Seal Sect. He looked at the seemingly crude grass huts on the mountain, and then at the black wall outside the gates that was inscribed with the writings of many powerful cultivators of the Yang dynasty, and even emperors. He naturally felt awe, and then shame. He felt that the sword path he cultivated did not seem to match the seal path of Celestial Seal Sect. Now, more than half of the students in front of Celestial Seal Sect were intoxicated by the writings on the wall. Yet, he felt that the presence of the writings was too distant, like they were floating in the sky. He did not just worry if he could keep up with the young geniuses of Yang after entering Celestial Seal Sect. He even worried if he could pass Celestial Seal Sect's exam. As to why Celestial Seal Sect's exam was being held at this time, He subconsciously thought it was a coincidence. Yet, none of the travel-worn students thought the same as him. Because those students had come half a month early. Celestial Seal Sect's exam had been delayed for half a month due to unknown reasons. He was like all the other students. No one from Celestial Seal Sect seemed to pay attention to him in advance, but his whereabouts were constantly reported to a grass hut in Celestial Seal Sect. There were 3 old people in this grass hut. One of them was the old man he had taken care of in the caravan. Senior sect brother, you really decided to take him as a direct disciple? Hearing the other old man's question, the old man shook his head emotionally and said, Junior sect brother, you have asked the same question 3 times. The old man with a thin face and hair with faint indigo energy also shook his head and said, asking 3 times at different times, I thought senior sect brother might have changed your mind. The old man sighed softly and did not respond. He had made up his mind. The other old man with white eyebrows slowly raised an eyebrow and was about to speak. Senior sect brother Yuan, you are most skilled in balance and harmony. You know that everything needs to be balanced. But this has nothing to do with balance and harmony, and owing someone a favor. The old man looked at the old man with white eyebrows and shook his head. He looked at the morning light outside the grass hut and said softly, because all of this cannot stop true love. I truly like the character of this Changling youth. The old man said gently and patiently, this is the most important reason I want to take him as my disciple. The old man with white eyebrows smiled helplessly and said, Junior sect brother, you are the master of a sect. Since you have made up your mind, we do not need to say more. The old man smiled in satisfaction and said, a gentleman is like jade, not divided by territory or group. At least, a person like this will not fail our efforts. In the morning light, the other 2 old men accepted this old man's true love and were infected by his joy. Outside Celestial Seal Sect, Zhong Yi, who could not merge into the ink on the wall, was attracted by the chirping of birds. He looked up curiously and saw multiple magpies flying over from the top of the wall. Chapter 360. Seeing joy in the morning was a good sign. Zhong Yi did not know at this time that before the test started, he was fated to be the direct disciple of the master of Celestial Seal Sect. Any weighing of the pros and cons, based on the present and future considerations, would not be able to stop true love. Love and hatred were the most intense emotions in the world. As expected, she is more vicious and difficult to deal with than we imagined. Jing Liuli stopped the carriage and said slowly to Ding Ning. A hint of coldness flashed through her stern eyes. She had heard the cat's scream. She did not need to see, just from her perception, she knew what had happened in the courtyard. We have harmed this cat. Ding Ning shook his head helplessly. Originally, I wanted to take it to Ink Garden and raise it. Jing Liuli turned and frowned slightly at him. She did not know if he was speaking the truth or just speaking casually. Since she is so difficult to deal with, and someone is helping us, this plan needs to change. Ding Ning ignored her gaze and said with a bowed head, let's go to the south of the city. Jing Liuli nodded. She looked in the direction and started to drive the carriage. At the same time, she asked softly, why are we going to the south of the city? Ding Ning said, to find her old lover. Jing Liuli raised an eyebrow and said, did you not say to not touch him first? Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, Zheng Xiu is cold and emotionless, but she is actually very tolerant. The only thing she cannot tolerate is someone taking over her private property. Jing Liuli turned to look at Ding Ning and said, why do you know the Empress so well? Ding Ning said, do not stray too far from the topic. As to why I know her, you will know in the future. Jing Liuli frowned and thought for a moment, then said, you said that what she cannot tolerate the most is the possession of her private property. What does this have to do with us meeting this palace maid's old lover in advance? Ding Ning looked at her back and said calmly, overstepping your authority also means using her private property. Using cultivators without her permission is also taking over her private property. If the cultivators die because it is not her intention, that is something she cannot tolerate. Palace attendant Rong had followed Zheng Xiu for so many years. It was impossible for her to take cultivation treasures that were useful to Zheng Xiu or hide some information. She would not dare. But she was someone who could speak to Zheng Xiu. Everyone in Changling knew that her status was above most court officials. She only needed to express some attitude when she wanted to do something. Therefore, after so many years, she must have unintentionally made some mistakes because of her power. She might not dare to do it intentionally, but it's hard to avoid it unintentionally. Her old lover has been with her for so many years, and I think he knows many things about her. Jing Liuli thought with a dark expression and said, "What you say is reasonable. But even if her old lover knew, why would he tell you? In Changling, even I cannot abuse the law. You are thinking in the wrong direction. The sword is usually the last solution to a problem." Ding Ning said softly, "Since even the other people around the Empress know that this palace maid is also cold, then her old lover will know. People's emotions may be blinded by a moment of passion, but after a long time, they will become rational and easily see their true nature. Even if her old lover truly liked her at the start, when he saw her clearly, I fear that they were mostly using each other and relying on each other." Insecurity. After a pause, Ding Ning looked at her back and said seriously, "He will feel insecure. What we need to use is his insecurity. The sword is usually the last solution to a problem. In your own sect, you cannot use the sword at any time." Jing Liuli looked down. She thought of how her master had killed someone right under the eyes of the Yuanwu Emperor during the Minute Mountain sword trials. She said slowly, "Following you, there are always gains." Ding Ning looked at her and said softly from the bottom of his heart, "I only hope that I will not lead you onto the wrong path." Jing Liuli said coldly, "The path is born from the heart. Whether you are on the wrong path or not, you cannot blame others even if you are on the wrong path." Ding Ning did not say anything else and nodded ahead. "Turn right on the main road ahead." Changling was very large. Carriages could not travel quickly through the streets and alleys. So even though Ding Ning pointed to the shortest path, Jing Liuli's carriage only arrived at a tea garden in the southern suburbs of the city at noon. The tea garden was not on the slope, but beside a mulberry field next to a river port. Those tea leaves looked plump, but in the eyes of many rich people who liked tea, they were not worth a mention. So these tea leaves were usually picked from the tender leaves at random. They were casually fried and sold to the roadside tea shops regardless of the season. Especially the big bowl tea shops on the two sides of the official road. The rougher the taste, the better the taste of tea. A bowl of herbal tea would quench the thirst of those who stopped by. The people of the tea garden were skilled in using what they produced as much as possible. So when Ding Ning and Jing Liuli arrived at this tea garden, a refreshing tea fragrance mixed with oil floated out from a bamboo hut inside. Ding Ning sniffed and smiled slightly. He said, "Old tea stews old goose." Jing Liuli glanced at him and did not express any opinion. "Eat first." Ding Ning smiled. Then he did not let her walk ahead and walked straight to the bamboo hut. There was a simple stove made of stone outside the bamboo hut. On the stove was a black iron pot, in which a chopped-up old goose was cooking. The old goose had been cooking for a long time, mixed with some thick tea leaves. The soup was like sauce, glistening with oil. However, the tea leaves seemed to have absorbed a lot of the oil, so it did not look greasy. A tall middle-aged man in plain clothes was sprinkling garlic in order to make the final seasoning. Looking at Ding Ning and Jing Liuli who were walking straight over, and feeling the aura of these two people, he could not help but freeze slightly. "Eat." Ding Ning did not say anything unnecessary. He just said these two words, and then he took two wooden stools from the side, two sets of bowls and chopsticks from the side table, and some water to wash them. Then he sat down in front of the middle-aged man with the pot between them. He filled a bowl with rice from a jar beside him and filled a bowl for himself and Jing Liuli. Then he picked up the bowl that the middle-aged man had already put aside and filled a bowl for him. Seeing Ding Ning's actions, the middle-aged man only frowned slightly but did not speak to stop him. Only when Ding Ning picked up a piece of goose meat to eat did the middle-aged man ask gently and politely, "How is the taste?" While it cannot compare to the chef's outside, it has a different flavor. Ding Ning smiled and said, "Even more importantly, this goose is truly old." The middle-aged man's expression eased. He did not speak and just ate. After a bowl, he looked at the empty jar and asked, "Do you want to cook some more rice?" "All right." We can discuss some matters while cooking. Ding Ning nodded and looked at the middle-aged man who was always gentle and polite. He said, "No wonder palace attendant Rong likes to come to your place for so many years. You are slightly unusual. You do not ask why she comes and goes, and are casual and at ease. This will make someone like her who has too many things on her mind feel comfortable." The middle-aged man had started to wash the rice. Hearing Ding Ning's words, shock appeared in his eyes. "You are Ding Ning?" Ding Ning bowed and said, "I am Ding Ning of White Goat Cave." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and continued to wash the rice. At the same time, he put a handful of washed wild vegetables into the pot with the old goose. He said hesitantly, "Why do you have to be so ruthless?" She was the one who was ruthless first. Ding Ning looked at the middle-aged man and recovered his usual calmness. He said, "Even if she only wanted old man Shui to see the final result, I would not be so ruthless now." The middle-aged man skillfully took down the iron pot and let the temperature of the iron pot cook the wild vegetables that had just been put in. He put the jar of rice on the stone stove and said sincerely, "But it's useless for you to find me. Even if you kill me, it won't be of any use. You should be more important to her than her cat." Ding Ning shook his head and added some firewood to the stove. Looking at the new fire, he said, "I only showed some thoughts of dealing with her cat, and she ordered the cat to be killed." The middle-aged man sat down and grew silent. "The problem now is, do you think she will do anything to ensure you will not be harmed by me?" Ding Ning looked at the silent middle-aged man and said calmly, "If you think she will, then you can stand firmly on her side." Looking at the middle-aged man who was still silent, Ding Ning paused for a few breaths and then asked seriously, "If I don't do anything today, just eat 2 more bowls of rice from you, and then leave, do you think she will think that nothing happened between us?" Chapter 361. This middle-aged man with a calm temperament was silent for a long time until the pot on the stone stove began to emit steam. Then he looked up at Ding Ning and said, "The problem is, you want to kill her, and I have told you some things you want to know. Will she die?" Ding Ning looked at this middle-aged man called Zhong Luyang. Seeing the subtle changes in his eyes, he said seriously, "It is very simple now. Do you want her to die or not?" Hearing Ding Ning's words, Jing Liuli, who had been sitting quietly like a servant girl, suddenly looked up. She suddenly realized that she might have misunderstood Zhong Luyang's previous words. Zhong Luyang looked at Ding Ning and said, "I must confirm if you have the ability to kill her." Ding Ning smiled and reached out to move his chopsticks. Zhong Luyang's expression changed slightly. His fingers had just moved when Ding Ning's chopsticks changed direction and pointed below his right rib. Seeing Ding Ning's 2-minute movements, Jing Liuli's expression grew grave. "I heard that you comprehended the sword manual with a glance at the Minute Mountain sword trials. Your comprehension of the sword manual is not something ordinary people can imagine. Seeing you today, I have never seen you use the sword, and your vital energy cultivation progress." Zhong Luyang looked at Ding Ning's chopsticks and took a deep breath. He said seriously, "You are just Realm 4 second class, challenging a Realm 6. Is this too hasty? I will pass Realm 5. Ding Ning skillfully pressed down on the firewood in the stove and said naturally, "When I reach Realm 5, I will be able to use a flying sword. If I can use a flying sword, it will not be hard to kill her." An indescribable grimace appeared at the corners of Zhong Luyang's mouth. He said, "How long will it take?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Not long, before this summer ends. You have been with her for so many years. Do you really want her to die so much?" Before Zhong Luyang could say anything, Jing Liuli couldn't help but say in a cold voice, "It's not that I want her to die, but she will definitely kill me." Zhong Luyang shook her head emotionally and said, "Because I'm also her secret. Now that you know of my existence, she won't allow such a secret to continue existing." Jing Liuli could not understand. She frowned and asked, "Is this considered a secret?" "Of course it's a secret." Zhong Luyang smiled emotionally. "Before you found me, I thought that no one in Changling would know that I had some sort of connection with her. Can't palace maids have lovers?" Jing Liuli looked at him in confusion. "Even if they get married and have children, what's the problem?" After saying that, Jing Liuli noticed that Zhong Luyang and Ding Ning were looking at her with strange expressions. What, did I say something wrong? Jing Liuli looked strangely at Ding Ning and Zhong Luyang. Ding Ning smiled and said, if the matter of marriage is built on the basis of true love, then there is no problem. But if this person is only used to relieve her loneliness, and is just a place where she can temporarily not think of other things, then what you said has no meaning. Jin Liuli's brow furrowed deeply. She was silent and seemed to understand. She naturally has many difficulties by the Empress side. But if the Empress knows that she does not feel safe following the Empress and needs a place to comfort her, then this matter should be a secret. Zhong Luyang smiled bleakly and said, I was originally an ordinary swordsmanship teacher in Qingyang Sword School. I was indifferent and did not like to fight for fame. So I rented a tea garden and lived here in seclusion. When I first saw her, I thought we were truly in love, but after interacting with her for a long time, I found this was not the case. Jing Liuli's expression was still ugly. She knew Zhong Luyang's meaning, but she could not completely agree. Even if the present was different, this man had at least truly liked that palace attendant. Could he be so ruthless as to have that palace attendant die? Actually, just like you feel that you can learn some information from me, she will think that I know many things that I should not know when I am with her. When she is awake, she will not say, but when she is asleep, she will worry that she will talk in her sleep and let me know something. Zhong Luyang saw Jing Liuli's meaning and smiled self-deprecatingly. She has come more often in these years. I do not know if it is because she needs more comfort or because she is worried about me. Also, she may know too many things that she cannot mention to anyone. So she will talk in her sleep. Looking at Jing Liuli, who suddenly raised an eyebrow, Zhong Luyang shook his head and said, in her dreams, she will threaten me and say things about wanting to kill me. Then why do you not leave her? Jing Liuli reflexively said. But when the words came out, she knew her words were unnecessary. If I want to leave her, she will be worried. Then I may be buried in this tea garden. But Zhong Luyang still answered her question. His hand landed on the boiling pot. A gentle wave of primal energies of the universe came out of his palm and covered the pot, sealing all the steam that leaked out. When the entire pot was about to explode, he lifted the pot and put it on the table. Then he smiled faintly at Ding Ning and Jing Liuli and said, the rice is cooked. Add another bowl of rice. Only now did Jing Liuli remember her role. She took Ding Ning's bowl and helped Ding Ning scoop rice. Minute Mountain Sword Sect can guarantee your safety. If you are willing, you can leave Changling at any time. Ding Ning looked at the rice grains that were clearly glowing and full after a cultivator's work. He scooped up a spoonful of goose soup and poured it over the rice. Then he said seriously, what secrets can you tell us about her? In reality, the palace attendant that the Empress liked the most was not her, but a palace attendant with the surname Huang. Zhong Luyang took the rice that Jing Liuli had scooped for him and slowly ate. He said slowly, but that palace attendant revealed some things that she should not have, so she was sentenced to death. Jing Liuli wanted to speak, but this time, she remembered her identity and Ding Ning telling her to speak less and listen more. So she came back to her senses and lowered her head to eat. That palace attendant revealed a secret about the Holy One 3 years before he ascended the throne. Zhong Luyang did not look at her and just looked at Ding Ning. He said, there was a time when the Holy One did not like women. At the time, the Empress was with that person. But the Empress disguised herself as another woman and had a relationship with the Holy One. The Holy One had no room to maneuver, and so the great change occurred. Even though Jing Liuli wanted to listen to the story, her expression changed immediately when she heard these words. This kind of secret was really too big. Ding Ning took a deep breath. He put down his bowl and looked at Zhong Luyang. He said slowly, so Palace Attendant Rong used another palace attendant to spread the news? Zhong Luyang nodded and smiled bitterly. Such a thing was almost written in a storybook. At that time, the Hongru Academy and the Dao One bookstore were burned down. Because of this incident, nearly 100 scholars were burned down. Just this one matter is enough, Ding Ning nodded and said. In reality, there is a flaw in this matter. So she thought about it day and night, and mentioned it many times in her sleep. Zhong Luyang looked at Ding Ning and said softly, "What she did caused the day Palace Attendant Huang revealed this matter. At that time, Palace Attendant Huang was meeting with someone. That person can be a witness. But that person did not know that Palace Attendant Huang's death was related to the burning of the Honghua Academy and the Dao One bookstore. He did not know what happened back then, and Palace Attendant Huang did not know what time the clues pointed to. At the time, the investigation files would not be kept in any bureau. However, the Empress' memory is very good, and this matter is very deep for her, so she will remember all the details. That person is Mo Shoucheng. She does not have the ability to set a trap to kill someone of such status, so this has always been a knot in her mind." By the time Zhong Luyang finished speaking, Ding Ning had already finished his bowl of rice. He looked at Jing Liuli, who had half a bowl of rice left. He stood up and bowed slightly to Zhong Luyang. He said, "Thank you, sir, for your help." Seeing him bow and leave, Jing Liuli immediately stood to follow. After Zhong Luyang returned the bow, he did not see him out of the tea garden. But when Jing Liuli started to drive the carriage, and the carriage moved slightly, Ding Ning said softly, "He is lying." Chapter 362. Jing Liuli was still immersed in the abnormal love between Zhong Luyang and Palace Attendant Rong, and the secrets Zhong Luyang had revealed about the former Empress Zheng Xiu and the Yuanwu Emperor. When she heard Ding Ning's words, even with her calm heart, she could not help but tremble slightly. She said softly, "What do you mean?" Ding Ning glanced at the thatched hut in the tea garden and said simply, "He has too many flaws." Jing Liuli frowned deeply and said, "I do not see any flaws." Ding Ning said slowly, "The greatest flaw is that what he knows comes from Palace Attendant Rong's sleep talk. No matter how many secrets he has, how many Realm 6 cultivators have you heard of who would sleep talk at night?" Jing Liuli turned to look at him and did not speak. At Realm 5, the mind is like a spirit. Vital energy and primal energies of the universe nourish the body better than most medicines in the world. The soul is calm. If you sleep talk, I fear you will immediately wake up. How can you speak for a long time? Ding Ning said calmly, "When one reaches Realm 6 and nears Realm 7, the sound of wind and rain is like thunder in one's ears. One can clearly hear the movement of grass and insects in the distance. All abnormal reactions of the body are like lightning and thunder in front of one's eyes. Unless the cultivator has reached a certain realm, but is seriously injured or sick for many years, their soul will be weak. But you and I have both seen Palace Attendant Rong. Palace Attendant Rong's presence is calm, but due to her limited talent, she has not been able to reach Realm 7. How can she often sleep talk?" Jing Liuli's expression grew grave. She said coldly, "This is a great flaw. He is bullying us because we have not reached Realm 6 and feel that we do not know about Realm 6. Ding Ning looked up and said with a hint of coldness, "Just now, you have seen his cultivation. He is Realm 6. How can a Realm 6 not know about Realm 6? Using a shocking matter to shake people's emotions, it is easier for them to lose their usual judgment." After a pause, Ding Ning said slowly, "He said that Zheng Xiu disguised herself as another woman and had relations with the Yuanwu Emperor, forcing the Yuanwu Emperor to mutiny. This is enough to shake people's minds. Also, what he said about the burning of the Great Confucian Academy is true and verifiable. People who listen to him will naturally be led down by him and think he is speaking the truth. This is the most common psychological attack. Many people, especially many generals, will use it when they command an army." Jing Liuli's expression turned cold. "You mean even this is false? Regardless of whether the entire matter is true or false?" Ding Ning's calmness had a coldness that was not usually there. "At least, some of the important parts are false. Even if we can let this matter reach Zheng Xiu's ears, this matter will have nothing to do with Palace Attendant Rong. Zheng Xiu will only feel that we are unscrupulous in making up things to humiliate her reputation for revenge. At that time, we will not have a good ending." Jing Liuli's hands tightened and she could not help but want to stop the carriage. "Do not stop. Maybe he is looking at us." Ding Ning shook his head and said softly. Jing Liuli took a deep breath and continued to drive the carriage. Then she said, "So he does not want Palace Attendant Rong to die. He wants to help Palace Attendant Rong against us? Ding Ning smiled and nodded. He still has a great flaw. When I said that Minute Mountain Sword Sect could protect him, and even revealed that he could enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to seek refuge, he was not happy, and his gaze was evasive. When we left, he sighed in relief as though he had finished something. He did not even ask who would come from Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and how we would arrange for him to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. We have not confirmed these questions, and we have not arranged. He was not worried about matters of life and death. Jing Liuli was silent for a moment and said, I understand what you say. But since you knew from the start that he was lying, you did not expose him. You were unable to get some of Palace Attendant Rong's secrets from him. Can you beat him at his own game? I cannot beat him at his own game. Ding Ning looked at her, a strange emotion flashing through his eyes. But my conversation with him made me think of some things. I thought of a way to deal with Palace Attendant Rong. Jing Liuli turned to look strangely at him. What way? Ding Ning looked in the direction of the distant Imperial Palace and said coolly, right now, in Changling, there are many things that only Zheng Xiu and Palace Attendant Rong know. If a third person knows these things, it must have been Palace Attendant Rong who revealed it. Even if this matter does not reach Zheng Xiu's ears, Palace Attendant Rong will be truly terrified. Jing Liuli looked in incomprehension at Ding Ning and could not speak. She was thinking, if only the Empress and Palace Attendant Rong knew about this, how could other people know about it? If other people knew, even if it was forefather Ju or old people like Shui Wangshu, how could only the Empress and Palace Attendant Rong know about this? You do not need to understand now. Since you are learning from me, if you remember these processes, you will naturally understand in the future. Ding Ning did not explain more. He met her puzzled gaze and said, Zhong Luyang used such a shocking story to lure us in. He risked the danger of angering Zheng Xiu. He gambled on his own life. If he could do this, it means that he and Palace Attendant Rong's act was real, and fooled everyone. Jing Liuli suddenly understood and said, so Palace Attendant Rong and Zhong Luyang truly love each other. Ding Ning nodded and said with a hint of pleasure, so it is useful to deal with Zhong Luyang. At the crucial moment, Zhong Luyang is a chess piece that can overcome her last line of defense. Jing Liuli was silent for a moment and said, you seem to know these things from birth. In reality, you are more suited than me to be the next master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Ding Ning glanced at her. This time, he did not respond. Not because of Jing Liuli's words, but because when he looked at Jing Liuli, he thought that Jing Liuli was very similar to a certain person in the past. The conversation stopped, but the carriage did not stop. From the slightly secluded tea garden, the carriage started to move into some of the bustling streets of Changling. Ding Ning seemed slightly tired in the carriage and narrowed his eyes. Jing Liuli's gaze suddenly sharpened. But she hid it well this time. She did not look up, and did not unconsciously focus on the sword at her waist. There was a large tea house ahead. At the door of the tea house, a youth in blue robes was walking out of the tea house towards her and Ding Ning's carriage. She still did not stop the carriage, and continued to move forward as though she did not notice. When he was 100 feet from her, this handsome blue-robed youth's hand landed on his sword hilt. A wisp of faint sword essence emanated from his body. The dust in front of him slowly floated forward, and then formed a horizontal sword in front of the carriage. This was a clear meaning. Even the idle people on the two sides of the road and the tea house windows eating melon seeds clearly sensed this youth's meaning. This blue-robed youth was going to challenge the person in the carriage. Palace Attendant Rong's face gave off a porcelain-like light. Right now, she was walking back to the palace. While she did not stop for even a moment, news of Ding Ning's matters constantly reached her ears. She knew of the dung cart that had crashed towards Ding Ning. She also knew that Ding Ning had gone to the tea garden. She also knew that a blue-robed youth was going to challenge Ding Ning. Her face didn't seem to have changed much, but some cold flames were slowly burning in the depths of her eyes. That dung cart, including this blue-robed youth, everyone in Changling would quickly think that this was her signal. Yet she knew that this had nothing to do with her. Then who was doing this? Was it Ding Ning himself, or the important people of Guangzhou? She could not understand. What she didn't know was that there was a high-ranking officer in a tea house on another street not far from the blue-robed youngster. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, and was enjoying the scenery. Chapter 363. The blue-robed youth stopped Jing Liuli's carriage with a dust sword. His name was very interesting. He was called Chen Fuchen. Seeing Jing Liuli stop the carriage, the blue-robed youth bowed slightly towards the carriage behind Jing Liuli and said, "This one is Chen Fuchen. I want to challenge Ding Ning." When Chen Fuchen slowly released a wisp of sword essence and stirred up the dust on the road, the pedestrians on both sides of the road had already sensed the extraordinariness of this blue-robed youth. When they heard the name Ding Ning, there was an uproar and exclamations. While the Minute Mountain sword trials had ended many days ago, Ding Ning's name was so resounding that it immediately stirred everyone's emotions. The one in the carriage is that wine shop youth from Falling Parasol? Inside is the winner of the Minute Mountain sword trials, Ding Ning? Many people exclaimed in shock, their gazes unconsciously attracted to the seemingly ordinary carriage. The curtains of the carriage opened outwards. Ding Ning walked out. When the surrounding people saw this calm-looking youth and the broken sword hanging at his waist, countless cries of surprise rang out, sweeping through the surrounding streets like a wave. Ding Ning winning the Minute Mountain sword trials was only a legend for the people of Changling. No matter how astounding his skills were, they could not see it with their own eyes. Now, someone was challenging Ding Ning on the street. For them, this was a chance to see Ding Ning attack with their own eyes. This was a grand event in the marketplace. Ding Ning looked calmly at this blue-robed youth who was full of fighting spirit and did not immediately respond. Jing Liuli frowned slightly. She said in a voice only she and Ding Ning could hear, "You have to decide early whether to fight or not. Otherwise, the shops here will collapse. This is not a question of fighting or not, but how to deal with him." Ding Ning's gaze remained on the blue-robed youth. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he slowly said, "There are many choices when using the same attack. Is it to directly kill the other, to seriously injure the other, or to force the other to abandon the sword and admit defeat? This is a question you must consider when you become the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Since you take me as your teacher and learn from me, in my view, this is one of the most important things you need to learn." Jing Liuli was slightly vexed. She thought, it was just a competition of swords. Why was it so troublesome? Yet she felt Ding Ning's words were unusually reasonable. So she controlled her emotions and said softly, "Then what should I do? The things in the tea house he walked out of are very expensive. Ordinary people can't afford it." Although he walked out of the tea house wearing luxurious clothes, his expression and behavior were somewhat restrained. Instead, he seemed relaxed when he walked out. This shows that he didn't come from a rich family. Look at his face, hands, and feet. His skin is a little rough, unlike the children of noble families who usually have all kinds of nourishment and maintenance. When he called himself Chen Fuchen, his tone was very natural and calm. This means that this is his true name. His cultivation is very high, but his true name is not famous in Changling. This means that he came from another commandery. Look at his eager gaze, even his face has the urgency of wanting to become famous. Looking at all of this, we can generally judge that he is a youth of ordinary birth who has cultivated hard in another commandery for a long time, and desires to become famous in Changling. He did not know the power of Changling and was used by others. Ding Ning said softly and then said to Jing Liuli, "After understanding this, it is up to you how to use your sword against him. You have to understand that when you use your sword in Changling, you cannot just consider which of the two swords in front of you is stronger." Jing Liuli's expression grew graver as she listened. She felt that she had overlooked too many things in the past. Or rather, her identity as the next sect master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect had caused her to overlook too many things. She did not seem to need to judge some things herself. Tantai Guanjian and the others would instill the results in her judgment. Regardless of whether I need to judge myself or not, I need to have my own judgment on some matters. She took a deep breath, nodded and said. Ding Ning smiled and did not say anything else. When Ding Ning's lips curled into a smile, Chen Fuchen's eyebrows suddenly rose. His sword essence had been anxious and restless for a long time. The reason he could wait patiently for a while was because Ding Ning's calm gaze had an indescribable intimidating effect on him. In his view, Ding Ning had become famous in the Minute Mountain sword trials. He was unknown and needed to step on Ding Ning's reputation to become famous. At this time, he was a junior and it was normal to wait. The other most important reason was that there were not enough people in the surrounding streets who had heard the news and came to watch the battle. To him, the more people who came to watch the battle, the more people who would spread his name in the future. At this time, the surrounding alleys were flooded with people. If he waited for a while longer, he feared he would not even have room to fight. His eyebrows rose, his lips parted slightly. The sword in his hand was raised slightly and he was about to speak. But at this time, Ding Ning looked at him and said, "What right do you have to challenge me?" Once the words were spoken, the surroundings were silent. Suddenly, not a single sound could be heard from the chaotic streets and alleys. In the hot and humid weather, these people who had come to watch were crowded together. They did not feel any irritation and instinctively felt that Ding Ning was right. Chen Fuchen was slightly shocked. Previously, he had only felt that the cultivators of Changling were proud. In all the rumors, the cultivators of Changling were famed for their bravery and never feared any challenge. Avoiding a challenge would be seen as cowardly and despised. So he had never considered this question. My cultivation has reached Realm 5. After a moment, he took a deep breath, looked at Ding Ning and said what he felt was the most convincing reason. Cries of surprise rang out. There were many cultivators present. They knew what it meant for this blue-robed youth to reach Realm 5 at such a young age. Yet Ding Ning's expression was still calm. He glanced at Chen Fuchen and said clearly, "So what? Some of my opponents in the Minute Mountain sword trials have passed Realm 5. Chen Fuchen froze. Many cultivators present who felt that this blue-robed youth qualified to challenge Ding Ning were also stunned. If you want to challenge me, you have to have some reputation in Changling. You are too hasty. But Ding Ning didn't give them much time to think. He looked at Chen Fuchen and continued, "If you can't even defeat my maidservant, what qualifications do you have to challenge me?" "What?" Hearing Ding Ning's words, gasps sounded. Chen Fuchen and everyone's gaze focused on Jing Liuli. Chen Fuchen's body started to tremble slightly. He felt disdain and started to become angry. "What if I win against your attendant?" He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and said directly, "Do you want to fight me next? If you can win against her, I will accept your challenge." Ding Ning smiled slightly and sat back in the carriage. His faint smile made Chen Fuchen even angrier. The flames of anger in his eyes seemed to burn. "Then I will challenge you first." He took a deep breath, looked at Jing Liuli and said word by word. At the same time, he slowly raised the sword he had been gripping tightly. His sword was hidden in the wooden sheath. The wooden sheath was grey, and the patterns were unique like layers of feathers. His sword hilt was made of some kind of jade. At this moment, as the aura on his body surged, the light grey sword hilt seemed to have white clouds floating out. Hearing his angry and cold words, Jing Liuli's eyebrows did not even move. She looked solemnly and calmly at the dust sword on the ground in front of him like she wanted to see a flower through the thin dust. At the same time, she said in a calm tone, "I accept your challenge." Chapter 364. Chen Fuchen's chest rose and fell violently, the anger in his eyes almost spilling out. Looking at Chen Fuchen, who was unable to control his anger because of her acceptance of the challenge, Jing Liuli slowly raised an eyebrow and said, "No matter how much you value yourself, you have to understand that you are nothing in Changling right now. If you cannot even adjust your mentality, I fear you will not be able to stay in Changling for long." She was Jing Liuli, one of the two cultivation monsters that the Qin dynasty had relied on for a long time, the chosen successor to the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Even though she looked like Ding Ning's attendant right now, her words had a special presence. Chen Fuchen's breathing paused slightly. His anger mostly dissipated and his mind calmed down. In the next moment, Chen Fuchen had a slightly self-deprecating smile. He thought that other than his cultivation that he could be proud of, His status was not much different from Ding Ning's attendant. In this moment, his mind calmed down. After a breath, his anger completely disappeared. The slight self-deprecating smile at the corner of his mouth turned to solemnity. Please. He nodded solemnly at Jing Liuli and held his sword across his chest. Yet looking at the motionless Jing Liuli, he was slightly puzzled and said, "Where is your sword?" Jing Liuli looked indifferently at him and said coldly, "When you draw your sword, I will naturally draw my sword." Looking at Jing Liuli's presence, Chen Fuchen did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He frowned slightly and said, "If so, then I will draw my sword." As soon as he said the word sword, he had already drawn his sword. Pew 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 pew, the sound of energy flowing came from his sword hilt. The light grey sword hilt was connected to the light grey sword body. Before the word sword faded, this sword had completely left the scabbard. Many grey sword energies flowed on the tip of the sword like a long tassel. It was also at this moment that Chen Fuchen's palm separated from the sword hilt. The sword had left his hand, but it was still following his will, moving according to the sword path he wanted it to move. This was a flying sword. The light grey long sword spun like a grey comet and swept towards Jing Liuli. The flying sword art that Chen Fuchen displayed at this moment wasn't too amazing. It wasn't much different from the moment he drew his sword and threw it out. But what made the surrounding people exclaim was that when his sword left his hand and spun out, the dust on the ground in front of him also floated up. Previously, the dust had been moved by his sword essence and formed a dust sword in the center of the path. But now, the tip of the dust sword turned to face Jing Liuli and gave off a sharp sword essence. In the next moment, this dust sword was about to fly out, and it seemed to be even faster than his light grey flying sword. Forming two sword intents at the same time with a single sword strike, this was definitely a rare secret technique. Many spectating cultivators looked in disbelief at Chen Fuchen. They could not believe that this nameless youth could use such a sword move. They were certain that few of the young geniuses in Changling could withstand such a sword move. No one thought that Ding Ning's attendant could withstand it. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Jing Liuli reached out with her hand. She had no sword in her hand, and no sword light appeared in her sleeves or robes. But as her right hand reached out, the energy at her fingertips surged. The dust sword that was about to stab her suddenly collapsed and turned back into dust. What was even more shocking was that while the flying dust was dispersing, it was quietly accelerating backward. Then, it became faster and faster, dragging a white stream of air in the air. Each speck of dust had its own trajectory, and in an instant, they formed a dust sword again. The tip of this dust sword was pointed at Chen Fuchen. Even the sword essence was the same as when Chen Fuchen had first used his sword, but it was even stronger. There was a tearing sound. The space in front of Chen Fuchen seemed to be cut open by this dust sword. This dust sword reached Chen Fuchen's chest at an unimaginable speed. At this time, Chen Fuchen's flying sword was less than 10 feet from his hand. He could not stop this dust sword in time. Chen Fuchen was basically empty-handed. Chen Fuchen's face was pale. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In this flash, his hands moved together. All of the vital energy in his body was mercilessly compressed into a blade between his palms and sprayed out. Boom! A ball of dust exploded in front of him. The floating dust in the cloud of dust emitted flames one by one, as if it was completely burning. Amidst the tsunami-like exclamations, Chen Fuchen lost his footing and was sent flying backwards. Jing Liuli's body did not tremble at all. Just now, when the dust sword and Chen Fuchen's power collided, she seemed to have nothing to do with the dust sword. Before the overflowing airflow could reach her, she took a step forward coldly and reached out with her outstretched hand. The hilt of the light grey long sword that was spinning in the air out of control fell into her hands. Then, this sword seemed to be her sword from beginning to end. It did not resist at all. Following her momentum, a sword will slashed out. There was a soft snap. The ball of dust that had just exploded and seemed to be burning was cut in half by this sword essence. The powerful sword chi went straight for Chen Fuchen, who was retreating. Chen Fuchen howled and pushed his hands forward again. Bam! His body was sent flying to the ground. When his body and the ground collided, rings of dust sprayed out. Jing Liuli bowed her head slightly as though she did not even look and casually threw the sword in her hand. The light grey longsword landed in front of Chen Fusheng on the ground. It stabbed straight into the stone path and swayed slightly. Chen Fusheng forced himself up from the ground and opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. But at this moment, the power rippling from the grey longsword slammed into his chest like a wave. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. A mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth and onto the ground in front of him. Jing Liuli did not even pause. She turned and walked back to the carriage. Just now, the streets that had been filled with gasps turned silent. Many people rubbed their eyes. They did not seem to have seen clearly, and did not seem to understand. But even if they did not see or understand, they could clearly sense the power of this attendant. How can it be like this? Many cultivators looked at Jing Liuli's figure and their hands unconsciously trembled in shock. This was not a difference in cultivation, but that Jing Liuli had not used her sword at all. She did not seem to have a sword on her. First, it was the dust sword, and then Chen Fuchen's sword. Chen Fuchen had clearly used one sword to form two swords, but Jing Liuli had first taken his dust sword, and then his sword. Chen Fuchen had been defeated by Chen Fuchen's sword, and Chen Fuchen had not been able to resist. Who exactly was this maid? How could she be so strong? I understand what you mean. Under everyone's shocked and puzzled gazes, Jing Liuli bowed slightly to Ding Ning in the carriage. She said softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You do not have me carry a sword, not because you do not want me to rely on my sword and force me to think of more ways to fight the enemy, but because you do not want me to form some fixed habits." Ding Ning nodded and smiled slightly. He said, "Some fixed thoughts and habits are the greatest shackles that hinder cultivators." The surrounding people could not hear Jing Liuli and Ding Ning's conversation, but everyone saw Jing Liuli and Ding Ning's actions and expressions. In everyone's view, this was a true and natural greeting between teacher and student. So everyone found it even harder to understand where a powerful attendant like Ding Ning came from. This is borrowing power. Sometimes, Zheng Xiu does not need to care about the thoughts of ordinary Changling people. But most people in Changling are ordinary people, and they can often help facilitate many things. Ding Ning said softly to Jing Liuli. Then he looked up and bowed to the shocked spectators in the streets. He said, "That palace attendant Rong forced Shuer of White Goat Cave to be unable to see the results of the Minute Mountain Sword trials. She forced me to use up my vital energy before the trials started. Everyone, please judge. Is it reasonable for me to publicly challenge her to a duel?" After saying this, he did not say anything else and indicated to Jing Liuli that they could leave. He knew he did not need to speak of details. Just these words were enough for these Changling people to learn of the story. It was enough for today's events and what had happened before the Minute Mountain Sword trials to spread to every corner of Changling. Chapter 365. Is it Jing Liuli? It can only be Jing Liuli. But from her appearance, she thinks of Ding Ning as her teacher. There is much to learn in cultivation, not just vital energy cultivation and improvement in swordsmanship. On a turret not far from this street, the gentle-faced Huang Jinwei and the white-haired Mo Shouqing watched the entire battle. Hearing Mo Shouqing's words, Huang Jinwei felt slightly ashamed. He said, "Even in vital energy cultivation and swordsmanship, I am not as good as teacher. I just left a bit earlier than you, but you left faster than me." Mo Shouqing smiled. Will the Empress allow him to continue like this? Huang Jinwei suddenly grew silent and said slowly. Mo Shouqing glanced at him and said, "You know that Bailey Sushue is protective. Even if the Empress has other thoughts, she will at least make this matter fair." Huang Jinwei was silent. Mo Shouqing knew that he was not worried for palace attendant Rong. He smiled slightly and said, "Actually, this has nothing to do with the Empress and Minute Mountain Sword sect, just Ding Ning and palace attendant Rong. If palace attendant Rong does not agree to fight Ding Ning, then no one can force her. She is just a palace attendant, not a famed swordsman, or a famous general of the Qin dynasty. She does not care about reputation. Mo Shouqing looked up at the carriage Ding Ning was in, and Jing Liuli driving the carriage. He said coolly, also, she does not care about reputation. Actually, I am worried about this. Huang Jinwei looked up, his eyes full of worry. The harder palace attendant Rong is to deal with, the more I worry that Ding Ning will do something overboard. Mo Shouqing understood his thoughts and shook his head. He said, one cannot love talent too much, or it will be indulgence. Huang Jinwei was startled and realized that he seemed to have been a little too protective of this wine shop youth. The destruction of the 3 dynasties of Han, Zhao, and Wei required valiance. At that time, the power of the country was not far superior to that of the previous dynasties. Therefore, that person purposely advocated sword duels, and wantonly publicized the deeds of some sword masters to arouse the worship of ordinary people. This formed the current customs of our dynasty. However, after the destruction of the 3 dynasties, that person actually wanted to ban sword duels. Mo Shouqing bowed his head and said softly with some emotion, it was just a sudden change. Once that person died, no one dared to mention that person's intentions. Huang Zhenwei looked at the old man in shock. He had followed the old man for so many years, but he had never seen the old man express anything like this before, let alone these words. What do we do next? Jing Liuli did not even use her own sword. She had casually defeated a powerful enemy who could look down on most of the young talents of Changling, but she did not show any pride on her face. As the carriage continued to move, she asked Ding Ning casually. Ding Ning's answer was simple. Return to Ink Garden. Amidst the sound of hooves and wheels on the road, Jing Liuli said, return to Ink Garden for what? Ding Ning lowered the curtain so that no one could see his figure. At the same time, he said softly, the Xie family's first batch of celestial demon radishes and wolf poison flowers should have arrived. Jing Liuli did not ask any more questions. The carriage quickly turned left in the direction of Ink Garden. 2 carriages covered in thick cloth stopped at the gates of Ink Garden. The expressions of the 2 carriage drivers were dark, their appearances rather vicious. However, even under the scorching sun, the expressions of the 2 carriage drivers were extremely respectful. Under the scorching sun, the sweat on their black robes evaporated, and a layer of snow-white salt stains gradually appeared on their robes. When the carriage driven by Jing Liuli appeared in their sight, and they knew that Ding Ning was sitting in the carriage, the 2 carriage drivers immediately showed joy and jumped off the carriage. When the carriage driven by Jing Liuli was 100 feet away, the 2 bowed deeply. As the 2 bowed, the horse in front of Jing Liuli suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. This terrifying feeling caused it to freeze and not dare to move. The carriage immediately stopped. Even as a carriage driver, you are the best carriage driver in Changling. Ding Ning lifted the curtain and said to Jing Liuli. Then he bowed seriously to the 2 carriage drivers in return. Seeing Ding Ning so respectfully return the greeting, the respect in the eyes of the 2 carriage drivers grew. One of the slightly older carriage drivers bowed again and said respectfully, inside are the things my young master has sent. In the future, it may be difficult to collect them, and the time between the carriage deliveries may be longer. How do you prepare to use these things? Jing Liuli looked at Ding Ning and asked after the 2 carriage drivers lifted the heavy cloth and picked up a few breathable bamboo boxes to send into the inner yard. Ding Ning said, boil it in water and boil it for an hour to remove the poison. Just this. Jing Liuli frowned slightly and then said after a moment of thought, is this the effect of the heaven-replenishing divine art? Ding Ning nodded and then looked seriously at Jing Liuli. He said, you may have a hard time in the future. You have to continuously boil medicine for me. Jing Liuli frowned again and said in disbelief, continuously? Ding Ning nodded again and said, I should be able to boil 3 medicine pots at the same time. Jing Liuli's body shook slightly and her eyes shone with disbelief. But when she turned her head, she saw Ding Ning's expression was calm and certain. The 2 carriage drivers piled up the goods at the entrance to the little garden in the deepest part of the yard and then left. When Ding Ning opened the topmost bamboo box, Jing Liuli's pupils unconsciously contracted. She saw 3 2-foot-tall charcoal stoves and more than a dozen crude porcelain medicine pots inside. The 3 charcoal stoves were placed side by side against the walls of the little garden. The charcoal fire quickly started and the flames licked at the medicine pots placed on the stoves. The 3 pots were almost filled to the brim with green and red herbs. After boiling them with water, a thick green and red miasma began to spread out, lingering above the 3 pots. Looking at the blue-red miasma, Jin Lioli, who knew that Ding Ning had prepared, could not help but look up at Ding Ning, who was waiting at the side. She said, "You should have read many records. You should know that almost all records that if one relies too much on external items during cultivation in the early realms, not to mention taking too much medicine, even if one eats too much meat or fat, their body may not be clean enough. In the end, they will not be able to merge with the clean primal energies of the universe in Realm 8, and they will not be able to reach Realm 8. I am not sure if these records are true." Ding Ning looked meaningfully at Jing Lioli and said, "I only know that if one is not at ease, it is as if one has put shackles on one's mind and comprehension." Hearing Ding Ning's words, Jing Lioli's body shook for no reason and she blurted out the words "Great Freedom." "You know that what I truly cultivate is the Great Freedom Sword?" Jing Lioli could not help but blurt out these words. However, she subconsciously felt that this was impossible. Ding Ning's words imperceptibly made her feel a layer of true meaning that she could not understand. It touched her mind too much, so she just blurted out these 3 words. Chapter 366. If the heart was not at ease, how could the sword be at ease? Ding Ning did not look at Jing Lioli's expression, but looked down at the medicine pot. This was the true meaning of the great carefree sword. But the cultivators of the world, from the start of cultivation, naturally accepted the ideas passed down by countless ancient people and seniors. Imperceptibly, they had a fixed way of thinking that some things could be done and some could not be done. This was unconsciously restricting oneself from the start of cultivation. Without the true meaning, one could not reach that level. If one did not reach that level, one would not know where they had gone wrong. Huang Jinwei was not the only one who cherished talent. Jing Lioli had truly thought of Ding Ning as her teacher in this period of time. Ding Ning also intended to teach Jing Lioli, but how far Jing Lioli could go would depend on her own comprehension. Jing Lioli sensed something. She slowly bowed her head, calmed her emotions, and looked thoughtfully at the fire. The medicine in the medicine pot boiled continuously, turning from a faint blue-red color to a thick black. After an hour, the blue-red miasma shrouding the medicine pots completely dissipated. Ding Ning calmly poured the concoction from the 3 pots directly into a coarse sand teapot that was usually used for herbal tea. He took a small bowl, blew on the steam, and drank by himself as if he was drinking tea. As soon as the medicinal juice entered his stomach, his flesh and blood that came into contact with it instantly turned pitch black. The mixed and tyrannical medicinal power instantly sputtered out along his blood vessels like poison. Countless bright red blood vessels turned into black vines that continuously spread throughout his body. His originally fresh flesh and blood began to decay, like a bright flower withering in an instant. Even the surface of his beating heart had countless black threads. But in the next moment, countless invisible little silkworms slowly surged out of his body. With each mouthful of the thick medicine, the black medicine would enter his stomach from his throat. At the same time, countless black threads would spread through his body, and these invisible little silkworms would carefully swallow a mouthful. It was a strange frequency that no one could imagine. These countless little silkworms swallowed at the same time, swallowing the portion of the medicinal power that was truly harmful to the body of a cultivator, swallowing all of the medicinal liquid Ding Ning drank. Those black lines were still spreading throughout his body, but they had already turned into extremely pure medicinal power. His decaying flesh and blood began to glow with vitality once again, bursting forth with even more astonishing vitality. The 5 qis in Ding Ning's body suddenly became turbulent, and became more and more turbulent, even causing his internal organs to rapidly expand. The 5 energies surged madly into his qi, squeezing the true essence in his body and causing it to emit a crystalline glow. Jing Lioli suddenly raised her head and looked at Ding Ning, her eyes filled with shock. She sensed that there seemed to be 5 more spirit veins in Ding Ning's body. 5 spirit veins that were constantly spewing out spirit chi. She took a deep breath, and her gaze landed on the strands of hair on Ding Ning's head. It was unknown whether it was the change in his vital essence or the effect of the medicine, but the white hair roots on his head had visibly returned to their original black color. She calmly watched this change, and then slowly exhaled. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed there was such a cultivation speed in the world. Even though the 9-death silkworm and the heaven-replenishing divine art were able to perfectly endure the disadvantageous parts of these 2 spirit medicines, the taste of each mouthful of medicine could not be eliminated. The medicine was extremely bitter and astringent. Ding Ning's gaze grew calmer. The pain in life was usually self-inflicted. But the pain that other people gave him, he hoped there would be a chance in the future for other people to pay for it. Deep in the quiet Changling Imperial Palace, the spirit lotuses growing in the spirit veins still swayed in the faint and pure sunlight. Palace attendant Rong stood respectfully at the bottom of this spirit spring. Facing her was the mistress that almost everyone in Changling feared. The empress features were still flawless, and there were no visible emotions. She was like a god. That youngster called Chen Fuchen, he wasn't sent by you? Her gaze did not land on palace attendant Rong. She looked at the pure white spirit lotuses and said clearly. Palace attendant Rong said seriously, I did not send him. The empress nodded and said, do not pay attention to him. Palace attendant Rong said yes, and the empress did not speak. Palace attendant Rong bid farewell and left the empress' study. She knew the empress' intentions, but because she knew too well, the words do not pay attention to him caused her to feel inexplicably cold. At the peak of Minute Mountain. The world did not know where the coldness of Minute Mountain came from, nor did they know that the cold energies at the peak of Minute Mountain were attracted by a formation and gathered in one place to form craggy ice crystals dozens of feet wide. This cold room that had been crudely carved out with a sword among the craggy ice crystals was Bailey Sushua's residence. The world knew that Bailey Sushua was a loner, and always lived in the coldest place of Minute Mountain. Most cultivators speculated that the method or sword essence he cultivated required extreme cold, but only Bailey Sushua knew this was not the case. The world did not know him, and at the same time, he had deceived the world. So in this ice crystal room, his lips that were even whiter in contrast to the ice and snow often had a hint of self-mockery and disdain. After slowly reading through a few scrolls, he casually threw the scrolls to the side. Then, the scrolls were quickly covered by an icy aura and sealed in ice. He raised his head slightly and walked out. Not far from his cold room stood a young woman. She was tall, the eldest daughter of the Guanzhong Xie family, Xie Ru. While most of the cold energy at the peak of Minute Mountain had been gathered in the ice room where Bailey Sushua lived, even the remaining coldness caused Xie Ru's face to turn black and her body to tremble uncontrollably. Do you believe there are so-called miracles in the world? Bailey Sushua looked at Xie Ru and asked coolly. Xie Ru, who had been waiting for many hours in this world of ice and snow, suddenly saw Bailey Sushua and heard such words. She opened her mouth in shock, her gums chattering, but did not know what to say. In reality, there are no so-called miracles. Bailey Sushua did not wait for Xie Ru's response. He glanced at Xie Ru and then looked at Liu Yun in front of him. He said coldly, while you have enough determination and courage, with your cultivation talent, the peak you can reach in this life is Realm 7 at most. Xie Ru still did not understand Bailey Sushua's words. But this time, Bailey Sushua did not continue, and waited for a long time for her response. She still did not know how to answer, but her personality caused her to answer in the end. It is enough to reach Realm 7. So this is your choice. I believe there are no so-called miracles, no unwillingness. This is enough. Bailey Sushua waved his hand simply, indicating that she could leave. When Xie Ru was stunned, he said coolly, Minute Mountain Sword Sect does not have only one method of using wealth to exchange for cultivation, but the Qin dynasty only has the Xie family. Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. So go find Qing Yaoyin. He will help you reach Realm 7, and then you will only reach Realm 7 for the rest of your life. Xie Ru's breathing stopped completely, but she started to truly understand Bailey Sushua's meaning. It will not be quick. As Bailey Sushua turned, His cold and proud voice reached Sieru's ears. You will be in seclusion in Minute Mountain Sword Sect for a long time. At the same time Bailey Sushue turned, palace attendant Rome walked into the side courtyard she lived in the Imperial Palace. While she had decided to live in the palace in this period of time, she was still one of the most well-informed people in Changling. So some information about Ding Ning was passed to her as quickly as possible. She knew Ding Ning's cultivation had passed Realm 4 second class. She knew that Jing Liuli was following Ding Ning, and even seemed to be Ding Ning's student in front of Ding Ning. She knew that the medicines collected by the Guanzhong people had been sent to Ink Garden. While she did not know the use of these medicines, they definitely had something to do with Ding Ning's cultivation. Adding on the Empress attitude today, she felt great pressure. When she walked into this deserted courtyard, she could not help but say softly to herself, "Why won't you let me go?" But in the next breath, Ding Ning's face appeared in her mind, and she heard Ding Ning's answer. You also did not let go of old man Shui. It was hot summer. But it was clearly cold. Chapter 367. Doing the same thing over and over again was dry and tedious. If one did the same thing without rest or sleep, it would be a kind of torture over time. In the legends, in many prisons, the best and most effective way to force a confession was to not let the prisoner sleep for a long time until the prisoner's mind completely collapsed. Jing Liuli continued to brew medicine. Because no one was using external force to force her, she was only fighting with her own willpower. Therefore, after a long time, her exhaustion accumulated even more. In this world, great cultivation could do astounding things. But similarly, astounding wealth could also do astounding things. For example, the 2 carts of medicinal herbs that the rich people of Guanzhong had collected. The celestial demon vine and the wolf venom flower were both extremely rare spiritual herbs. Take the wolf venom flower for example. This kind of spiritual herb only grew by itself. In the tundra where the temperature difference between day and night was extremely great, it was possible to find one within a radius of several miles. Yet in just a few days, the celestial demon vine and wolf poison flower had piled up into 2 carts. It would take a long time to brew such an astounding amount of spirit medicines into medicine. Since she started to brew medicine, she had not closed her eyes for many days. The reason she did not rest was not because she could fight against her own willpower from the start, but because Ding Ning had not rested at all. When she finished brewing the first 3 pots of medicine, Ding Ning had coincidentally finished drinking the first 3 pots at an almost perfect and constant frequency. Looking at Ding Ning, who was calmly drinking medicine like he had been a few days ago, Jing Liuli was not thinking about Ding Ning's cultivation speed that defied the natural laws of cultivation. She could not help but think that even the young geniuses of Changling could use this method to increase their cultivation. If they could not stop, those young geniuses would not have the willpower to continue for so long. Just brewing the medicine was already tiring for her, not to mention drinking such bitter medicine continuously. I really admire you. So when Ding Ning's almost perfect and constant frequency finally changed, and when Ding Ning stopped and indicated for her to stop brewing medicine, Jing Liuli turned to look at the remaining 2 kinds of medicinal herbs, and then at Ding Ning's hair that had turned completely black. Admire me for what? Ding Ning casually plucked some loquats from a ripe loquat tree in the yard. He slowly ate them, savoring the taste of sweetness after bitterness. Then he looked at Jing Liuli and smiled slightly. Admire me for not using the toilet for so long? Jing Liuli nodded seriously without a smile. That is one aspect. Her expression and reaction stunned Ding Ning. He grimaced and said, if it's too cold, it's not very funny. Jing Liuli did not feel that her words were a cold joke. She glanced at Ding Ning and asked, the medicinal herbs are not used up. You clearly have the power to continue, and your cultivation does not seem to have reached the point of a true breakthrough. Why stop? We are going out. Ding Ning did not keep her in suspense. He looked at her and said directly, from the start, our plan against palace attendant Rome was to continuously pressure her. Continuously pressuring her is much more useful than pressuring her all at once. Something like pressure is like tiredness. It is most terrifying when accumulated. After a pause, the bitterness in Ding Ning's mouth disappeared, replaced by the sweetness of ripe loquats. He started to walk out. My present cultivation is enough to deal with Dr. Ari. Jing Liuli followed him and said with a frown, "Who is Dr. Ari?" Ding Ning said, "The boss of Longevity Hall, and also one of the famed doctors of Changling." Jing Liuli said, "What is his connection to this palace attendant?" Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "In the early years, Palace Attendant Rong received his favor. In these years, Palace Attendant Rong obtained power and repaid him greatly. Longevity Hall is in its present state mostly because of this." Jing Liuli looked in puzzlement at him. "Just because he is Palace Attendant Rong's benefactor, you want to deal with him?" "Of course not just because of this," Ding Ning said calmly, "but I cannot tell you the reason right now." Jing Liuli did not speak. In this period of time, she truly thought of Ding Ning as her teacher. Since her teacher could not speak, she would not pursue the matter. West of the city, near the North Seven Corner Tower. After giving a precise location, Ding Ning stepped into the carriage, closed his eyes and started to rest. A middle-aged man in casual robes was standing at the window of a tea house not far from Ink Garden. Looking at the carriage coming out of Ink Garden, a disdainful expression appeared at the corners of his mouth. However, at this moment, he suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if something that made him feel uncomfortable was approaching him from behind. He abruptly turned around and frowned deeply. Because there was nothing unusual behind him. The carriage coming out of Ink Garden affected the nerves of many people. When Jing Liuli drove the carriage into the west of the city and headed straight for a corner tower, Palace Attendant Rong, deep in the Changling Imperial Palace, knew the destination of the carriage. Palace Attendant Rong stood under the eaves and looked silently in the direction of the turret in the west of the city. Her expression was still calm, but her breathing grew heavier. They were heading towards Longevity Hall. Was Ding Ning certain he could deal with that person? Dr. Ari was a very kind middle-aged man. He was one of the famed doctors of Changling, skilled in vital energy and blood circulation to stimulate natural vitality. Some healing methods required vital energy, so his cultivation was not a secret. In Changling, a middle-aged man who spent decades to just pass Realm 5 did not have any great talent. Yet most cultivators knew that the strength of a cultivator could not be determined based on vital energy cultivation alone. Dressed in a thin silk robe, Dr. Ari stood at the door of a residence that was dozens of acres in size and watched the carriage arrive. Longevity Hall was next to his residence. This famous medical shop in Changling was not as grand as his residence. Many outsiders or Changling people who did not live in this area could not connect the owner of Longevity Hall to this residence. "Do you want me to act, or do you want to act?" Looking at the middle-aged man standing alone at the door, Jing Liuli turned to ask Ding Ning in the carriage. Ding Ning slowly opened his eyes and said simply, "I will." "All right." Jing Liuli nodded. A sword essence came from in front of her and landed 70 paces in front of her. Then she bowed her head and released all of her exhaustion. She fell into a deep sleep as she did so. The carriage continued to move forward steadily, but after 70 steps, when it reached the place where her sword intent landed, the horse pulling the carriage suddenly felt great fear, once again freezing in place. Ding Ning ignored the horse that did not dare to move, and Jing Liuli who had fallen asleep. He calmly got off the carriage. Dr. Ari was just 100 feet in front of him. Then he nodded simply at Dr. Ari and said, "I want to challenge you." Dr. Ari also gave an unusually simple smile and said, "Then let's start." Chapter 368. When Dr. Ari spoke, the primal energies of the universe around him suddenly changed and gave off a sharp presence. Jing Liuli had just fallen into a deep sleep for a few breaths. But at this time, her eyelashes fluttered and she opened her eyes. Falling into a deep sleep in an instant, using a short rest to eliminate some of her fatigue and try to make herself more awake. This was something that Jing Liuli could only do after experiencing many unimaginable hardships in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. With her willpower, she could definitely endure without sleep for a long time. She wanted to sleep for a short time because she wanted her mind to be clearer and not miss any scene of Ding Ning and Dr. Ari's battle. But she had not expected it to be so short. In her imagination, Ding Ning and Dr. Ari would have to have a conversation, and even Ding Ning would have to use some methods to force Dr. Ari to fight him. A deep sleep that was too short was like passing through different consciousness spaces. It made her head even dizzier and her thoughts inexplicably chaotic. But she still felt it was strange. She had gradually become familiar with Ding Ning. She sensed that when Ding Ning faced Dr. Ari, he did not have the sharpness he had when facing palace attendant Rong and her old lover. So when she narrowed her eyes to avoid the blazing sun and looked at Dr. Ari, she felt that Dr. Ari was not being forced, but facilitating this battle. Ding Ning did not give her enough time to wake up and think. As soon as Dr. Ari finished speaking, he nodded and raised the last flower remnant sword to his chest. He said calmly, "Then let's start." Dr. Ari shook his head gently and seemed to be emotional. His face was very gentle. Since he was a famous doctor, he usually dealt with patients with all kinds of chronic diseases that were difficult to treat and were in pain. His expression and tone were used to comfort the patients, so the way he spoke at this moment was even more amiable. But the moment he shook his head, his right sleeve was torn. A dark sword light, the color of which was like the accumulated tea stains on an old teapot, carrying a ruthless aura that did not match Ding Ning's appearance, directly tore his sleeve apart and fell to the ground. But when it was only an inch away from the ground, it suddenly produced a low buzzing sound and swept towards Ding Ning's feet like lightning. Cries of surprise rang out in the surrounding streets. Because the duel between Ding Ning and Dr. Ari had started too quickly, the pedestrians in the surrounding streets hadn't even realized what had happened. Especially those who were familiar with Dr. Ari. They didn't expect Dr. Ari to be a swordsman and use a flying sword as soon as he attacked. Only cultivators above Realm 5 could control flying swords. Flying swords were separated from the cultivator's body, but still followed the cultivator's will and sword essence. In the eyes of the world, a swordsman who could control flying swords was not an ordinary swordsman. Even in a battle between armies, there were many swordsmen who could use flying swords, but each swordsman who could use flying swords would be protected by many powerful soldiers. Ding Ning had won against opponents who used flying swords in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. But in Changling, and even the entire world, most ordinary people and cultivators had never seen a person who could not control a flying sword challenge a swordsman who could use a flying sword alone. Any figure appeared too slow for a flying sword that moved like lightning. When the dark sword light fell to the ground, Ding Ning had already moved. His left foot stepped heavily on the ground, and his body started to accelerate forward. He could not use his flying sword. He had to get close, and only when he was a true threat at close range could he affect the other's control of the flying sword. But just as his left foot stepped on the ground, the dark sword light was already less than 3 feet away from his left ankle. But at this time, there was a crack. A sword light with a thick fiendish presence landed in front of the dark flying sword. The flying sword that could change direction with a single thought was unable to dodge in time and collided directly with the sword light. There was no sound of metal colliding. There was only the sound of ice cracking. Crystal pieces visible to the naked eye flew in front of Ding Ning's ankle. Ding Ning's body was already in the air. These pieces spread out under his feet and bloomed into blue-black flames like an evil blue-black flower. Dr. Ari's gaze grew cold. He knew that Ding Ning was strong, but he had not expected him to be so strong. His flying sword did not dare to continue to cut at any part of Ding Ning's body, but flew towards Ding Ning's side and put some distance between them. At this time, a thin layer of frost had formed on the surface of his flying sword. The star fiendish energy that repelled other primal energies of the universe even caused the primal energies in his flying sword's seal scripts to become unstable. A cloud of dust rose from the tips of his feet. He hurriedly retreated. When Ding Ning advanced, he retreated. But Ding Ning had not truly attacked. He only used a small sword formed from the star fiendish energy he had accumulated in his body. The last flower remnant sword in front of his chest stabbed out as his body flew up and a blue-black flower bloomed under his feet. The sky was clear. But the moment he moved his sword, lines of rain suddenly appeared in the sky above Dr. Ari. The crystalline rain fell. It seemed gentle, but when it landed on the roof tiles of the courtyard behind Dr. Ari, it immediately showed its violent side. There was a burst of cracking sounds and debris flew. Dr. Ari's figure suddenly stopped. Many people who had arrived with Jing Liuli's carriage could not believe their eyes. At this time, Ding Ning's figure had closed in on Dr. Ari. That brown flying sword landed behind Ding Ning. With just one blow, Ding Ning forced Dr. Ari's flying sword away and forced him to stop. At this time, they had not been able to sense Ding Ning's progress in cultivation. But a Realm 4 cultivator facing a Realm 5 swordsman who could use a flying sword seemed to have the upper hand in one exchange. This was enough to shock them. With just one blow, no cultivator present thought highly of Dr. Ari. However, it was also at this moment that the atmosphere changed completely. Uncontrollable cries of surprise rang out. Dr. Ari stopped and glanced at Ding Ning. His left sleeve also split open at this moment. His left hand held a black gold round plate. It looked like a shallow basin that many families in Changling would use to hold vegetables. But at this time, Dr. Ari's vital energy poured relentlessly into this black gold disc. Countless black gold stars started to fly out of the black gold disc. These stars of light were like grains of dust that surrounded Dr. Ari's body. Countless fine dark golden stars of light formed a bell-shaped dust barrier around his body. Chaos Gold Shield. Someone in the street shouted the name of this item in shock. This was a famous seal weapon that came from a workshop of the former Han Dynasty. It had appeared many times in the battles between the Qin Dynasty and the Han Dynasty. When the former Han Dynasty's army was completely defeated, and the Han Dynasty disappeared into history, this seal weapon that was like a loyal servant to a swordsman who could use a flying sword appeared in the hands of a famous doctor in Changling. Even more importantly, this was a seal weapon that all cultivators below Realm 7 could use, and it could display the power of the cultivator's vital energy. Dr. Ari was Realm 5. So the power that the Chaos Gold Shield gave off was like a Realm 5 sword-wielding cultivator protecting Dr. Ari from all directions. Ding Ning only had Realm 4 power. How could he break through a Realm 5 defense? Based on the common sense of the cultivation world, Dr. Ari was invincible. So even Jing Liuli started to suspect that her judgment had been wrong because she had woken up immediately after falling asleep. But Ding Ning did not give her time to think. Just as the dark golden light scattered, his left hand was already raised straight up. A string of terrifying explosions sounded. When the ear-piercing sound of the explosion reached everyone's ears, the blue-black cold fiendish swords had already collided with the dark gold dust cover. All the cold fiendish swords hit the same place one after another. The energy inside the shield shook. Dr. Ari grunted, his face suddenly pale. Balls of blue-black flame energy overlapped together, forming countless transparent ripples. The shield shook countless times in an instant, but it still did not break. He didn't even have time to cry out before another sword pierced the dust cover. Ding Ning was in front of the exploding balls of flame energy. His last flower remnant sword was covered in fine white flowers as it stabbed hard at the shield. Dr. Ari knew this was the moment of victory. His pupils contracted violently, but his gaze flashed violently. That flying sword fell towards Ding Ning's back like a meteor. Ding Ning did not care about this flying sword. He only stabbed forward with all his power. With an enormous boom, a part of the shield in front of his sword was suddenly empty. The Chaos Gold Shield was broken. Chapter 369. The sword essence that surged out of the last flower remnant sword carried all the shattered star fiendish energy and the black gold dust to hit Dr. Ari's chest. With a muffled sound, Dr. Ari's chest quickly caved in. He flew like a bird with broken wings and hit the door behind him. Another explosive sound rang out, and the entire courtyard door was torn apart, splashing into countless fragments. Dr. Ari fell to the ground in dejection. When he vomited blood, the wood chips in front of him were still flying. Blood dyed the wood chips red. The tea-like flying sword pointed at Ding Ning's back suddenly lost its strength and flew by Ding Ning's ear. After flying dozens of feet, It was finally unable to support itself and fell to the ground with a clang. Ding Ning looked at the falling flying sword and stopped moving forward. All the spectating cultivators were shocked speechless. From the beginning of the attack, to the final blow that defeated Dr. Ari, Ding Ning had done it all in one go, completely at his own pace. If it was an opponent of the same cultivation, such a smooth attack would only be amazing. But Ding Ning and Dr. Ari were one cultivation realm apart, but he still completely controlled the rhythm of the sword. Not only was it amazing, but it also started to make people feel fear. Ding Ning nodded slightly at Dr. Ari, who could not stand up and was still bleeding from his mouth. He turned and walked towards his carriage. Only now did many people come back to their senses and think of what they had not reacted to just now. How can there be such a cultivation speed? The result of this was even greater shock and terror. This kind of emotion caused several people to cry out, and these people were the ones with the highest cultivation among the spectating cultivators. They had judged Ding Ning's cultivation. When the Minute Mountain Sword trials had ended, Ding Ning had just entered Realm 4. This could not be wrong. Countless cultivation teachers who had attended the Minute Mountain Sword trials had seen it with their own eyes. Ding Ning could not even disguise his cultivation. Ding Ning had been seriously injured during the Minute Mountain Sword trials and returned to Ink Garden to recuperate. Yet when he left Ink Garden to see Palace Attendant Roang and killed the galloping horse with one blow, he was Realm 4 second class. Only a few days had passed, but Ding Ning's cultivation had already taken a huge step forward. What kind of concept was that? Even in all the historical records, and even in some storybooks, there was no record of such a fast cultivation. This was clearly absurd, yet it was happening right in front of them, causing them to be unable to control themselves. As she watched Ding Ning calmly walk back to the carriage, Jing Liuli lowered her head slightly and did not say anything. By the time she drove the carriage away from this street, waves after waves of exclamations rippled out behind her like a tide. She still maintained her posture with her head slightly lowered, but her low voice was transmitted into Ding Ning's ears in the carriage. "Dr. Ari is one of us. How do you know?" Ding Ning responded tiredly as he leaned against the back wall of the carriage, his head bowed slightly. "Too fast, too few words," Jing Liuli said. "I feel that he agreed to fight you too readily." Ding Ning's posture did not change. He said, "He does not have the ability to refuse. He cannot offend those people from Guangzhou. Also, he cannot hide in the palace like Palace Attendant Roang. He knows that if he does not agree, he will encounter many embarrassing things. Not just this problem." Jing Liuli frowned. She thought for a moment but did not know how to describe it. She said, "I feel that something is not right." Ding Ning raised his head slightly to look at her back and said seriously, "You have improved." Receiving an affirmative answer, Jing Liuli grew inexplicably silent. She thought for a moment and then said, "You did not care about his flying sword to break his seal weapon in the end. Is it because he is one of us, or because even if he was not one of us, you would have done the same? Are you certain you can break through his seal weapon defense and his flying sword cannot harm you?" Ding Ning knew what she was thinking and answered seriously, "If he was not one of us, I would have done the same." Jing Liuli's eyebrows rose and she could not help but turn her head. But Ding Ning was already speaking. "I know what you are thinking. In your view, his flying sword seems to be faster than mine. So you cannot understand why I dared to do so, and why I was faster than him in the end. Because he thought one more thing than me. Even if he is a true opponent, he will think one more thing than me." After a pause, Ding Ning looked at her and said, "He will first think if he can block my attack, or if I have other moves. Even if he subconsciously thinks if he can block my attack, he will be slower than me. Because if I want to attack, I will not leave a way out. You have to understand, even if some people can use two swords, at the same time, they will not be able to attend to two things. If he thinks about defense, the attack from behind will be slower." Jing Liuli was much smarter than most cultivators in the world when it came to cultivation. She quickly nodded to show that she understood Ding Ning's words. Then she said, "Dr. Ari is seriously wounded, but will not die, so this is a plan to kill two birds with one stone? You challenge him to a duel, you can let that palace attendant see your astounding progress, give her great pressure, and make her trust Dr. Ari more. In the future, Dr. Ari may become an important pawn to deal with her. Ding Ning nodded and said with unusual sincerity, "You have improved greatly." Jing Liuli turned around and bowed slightly to him. She said sincerely, "Thanks to you." Hearing her words, Ding Ning said with slight self-mockery, "Why does it sound like I harmed you?" This battle happened very quickly, and it ended very quickly as well. However, the news of the battle spread even faster. In a corner of Yi Xileng's little courtyard, a gardenia was silently blooming. With a quiet sound, a blue messenger pigeon flew in. This pigeon had flown in many times and was familiar with Bai Shanshui. So when Bai Shanshui's hand reached towards it, it did not dodge and allowed Bai Shanshui to take down the letter tube at its feet. Looking at the contents of the letter tube, Bai Shanshui looked at Yi Xileng, who was standing solemnly at the side, and smiled emotionally. As expected of his heir. It is not a coincidence that a Realm 4 can win against a Realm 5. Yi Xileng did not respond. He took the paper scroll from her hand and read it carefully. Then he turned to smile at her and showed two beautiful dimples. He should have comprehended the heaven-replenishing divine art. Bai Shanshui raised an eyebrow. Yi Xileng put away his smile and bowed his head slightly. He said coolly, "In the past, he always wanted to cultivate the heaven-replenishing divine art but was unable to do so. If he had obtained the heaven-replenishing divine art earlier, maybe Changling would not be like this now. I only look at the future, not the past." Bai Shanshui said with some pride, "If he is going to force that palace attendant, I only hope that he will move faster." Almost at the same time, the results of Ding Ning and Dr. Ari's battle passed into the depths of the imperial palace and into the ears of palace attendant Rong. Her expression did not change at all. Not because of calmness, but because of terror. Terror was a very unfamiliar emotion to her. She had even forgotten this emotion. It was not that she was arrogant. But she knew her position. She was loyal to the Empress and could settle down. But now, this emotion uncontrollably spread through her body. After dozens of breaths, her body started to tremble. How is it possible? How can his cultivation rise so quickly? Her voice rang out. The voice was strange and ear-piercing. She did not know that she had spoken, and even felt that it was not her voice. Already past Realm 4 second class, at the same time, the Empress looked up slightly. She did not look at the middle-aged man in yellow robes standing respectfully outside the study, but at the pure light coming down from the well above. Heaven-replenishing divine art. She slowly said these words in her mind. Chapter 370. The carriage could not be fast on the stone paths of Changling, but the transmission of news was much faster than carriages. When the people who heard the news along the way, especially the cultivators, saw the carriage that appeared in their sight, many people showed shock, and even a hint of fanaticism and worship. On the second floor of a pawn shop, a slightly bald middle-aged and slightly fat official looked with a complicated expression at Jing Liuli and the carriage behind Jing Liuli. He could not help but shake his head. He was Mo Qinggong. He was one of the most experienced evil dogs of the Divinity Bureau. At the same time, he was the first official of Changling to come into contact with Ding Ning, and the first official to admire Ding Ning. "Official, you have good eyes. Everyone now knows that this youth is extraordinary. But they do not know that you felt this youth was extraordinary when you saw him for the first time in the rain last year." An official of the Divinity Bureau next to him was attracted by the carriage and did not see Mo Qinggong shake his head. He could not help but praise softly. "Pity that my opinion of this youth has changed." Mo Qinggong turned to look at him and said coldly. The Divinity Bureau official next to him was shocked. He looked at Mo Qinggong, not knowing why he would say such a thing. This youth still does not know what he has done wrong. Mo Qinggong did not look at him. He narrowed his eyes at Jing Liuli's carriage and said expressionlessly, "Look at the gazes these people are looking at him. Other than that person back then, when have the people of Changling ever looked at someone with such fanaticism and worship? In all these years, the people of Changling have only looked at one person with such gazes. They did not even look at the Holy One like this." Even after the Deer Mountain Conference ended. After a pause, Mo Qinggong ignored the reaction of his confidant and said slowly, "Back then, the Holy One hid his power so much that such gazes could not land on him. And now, the Holy One, even after the Deer Mountain Conference, the people of Changling still do not have such gazes. It is not because the Holy One is not strong enough, but because in most people's view, a realm 8 defeating a realm 7, the strong defeating the weak, is normal and inevitable. For most people in Changling, what they worship is not the normal and inevitable, but the legends, the people who create inconceivable miracles." After saying this, Mo Qinggong was silent for a moment and then concluded, "The Holy One will not wish for a person like this to appear again. The Holy One is naturally the master of Changling and the world. So this youth's actions are not acceptable." There was a Realm 6 cultivator upstairs in the pawnshop just now. There was a Realm 5 cultivator beside the herbal tea shop at the entrance of the alley. The rider that passed by us just now is also a Realm 5 cultivator. In the carriage, Ding Ning appeared to be asleep, but after passing by Mo Qinggong's pawnshop, he did not open his eyes but suddenly spoke to Jing Liuli. Jing Liuli's eyebrows rose. She did not know why Ding Ning suddenly said this. Ding Ning still did not open his eyes, but his voice passed clearly into her ears. She narrowed her eyes slightly. When a cultivator fights an enemy, the first thing they have to ensure is not how to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, but how to ensure their own safety. The great majority of powerful cultivators do not die in one-on-one battles, but in chaotic formations and assassinations. That is why as a cultivator, you have to pay attention to every single person who can pose a threat to you at all times. Even if that person looks extremely weak to you, as long as there is the slightest chance of them killing you, you have to pay attention to that person. Jing Liuli thought for a moment. While she did not understand why Ding Ning would suddenly think of these principles at a time like this, she felt that Ding Ning's words were useful. This was something she should pay attention to. So she did not say anything and nodded slightly to indicate that she had remembered. "We will rest for 6 hours. 6 hours later, you will continue to make medicine for me." Ding Ning said, "In 5 days, we will go find Daoist Chen." Jing Liuli suddenly looked up. She had some questions to ask, but at this time, a carriage was approaching. She had seen the person driving the carriage before. It was one of the 2 carriage drivers who had come to deliver medicine for the Xie family. He was from Guangzhou and was slightly older. There was an accident. Without any extra words, when her carriage stopped, this Guangzhou person bowed deeply to Ding Ning in the carriage and said softly, "One of our carriages was attacked. The second batch of medicine was destroyed." Jing Liuli's gaze suddenly turned cold. Ding Ning's voice still came calmly from the carriage. "It should be that the mistress of the palace does not want me to succeed. So tell Xie Changsheng to temporarily stop buying medicine for me. Otherwise, it will not reach my hands and will increase my losses." Hearing such a calm voice, the Guangzhou person who had come to deliver the news grew more respectful. He did not speak, bowed seriously and then drove away. "You think it is the Empress?" Jing Liuli asked as she relaxed the reins and let the carriage continue forward. "Other than her, no one dares to offend all of these Guangzhou rich." Ding Ning took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He said with slight disdain, "I knew she would interfere, but I had not thought she would dare to use such simple and crude methods." Jing Liuli frowned and was silent for a moment. She turned slightly and asked Ding Ning, "Who is Daoist Chen that you just now speak of?" "Palace Attendant Rong's teacher, the person who guided Palace Attendant Rong into cultivation," Ding Ning said. "He is now the master of the Boxwood Temple." As though he knew all the questions Jing Liuli had right now, Ding Ning paused and before Jing Liuli could ask, he said, "In terms of continuously pressuring people, 3 to 5 days is a very good interval. Originally, I had predicted that the second batch of medicine the Xie family would send me in these 5 days would be enough for my cultivation to advance greatly and reach Realm 4 first class." Jin Liuli thought for a breath and asked, "Do you want people to see your great improvement in cultivation, or do you only have a chance of defeating Daoist Chen when you reach that level of cultivation?" Ding Ning glanced at her and nodded. "Daoist Chen is harder to deal with," Jing Liuli said after a moment of thought. "Since the Empress has expressed such an attitude, then the Xie family will not send any more medicine to Ink Garden in the future. Ding Ning did not speak and nodded again. A hint of coldness rose in Jing Liuli's eyes, and a cold anger burned. However, an indescribable expression appeared on Ding Ning's face at this moment. He had waited for too long in Falling Parasol. In addition, many things had happened many years ago. They were so distant that they had naturally faded from his memory. But as he did these days, when the surrounding passers-by looked at him with fanatical admiration, he started to remember some things. Of all the people in Changling, Zhongsun Qianxue hated Empress Zheng Xiu the most. Zhongsun Qianxue did not want him to mention Zheng Xiu at all, and he had purposefully avoided some memories related to Zheng Xiu. But when some memories recovered, and the Xie family suddenly came to report what Zheng Xiu had done, he remembered a matter related to Zheng Xiu that had faded from his memories. Chapter 371. Turn left at the alley ahead. Ding Ning's expression slowly calmed, and then he said to Jing Liuli. It was just a light direction, but Jing Liuli heard something unusual in the tone. The icy anger in her eyes quickly faded. Then, like a real maid, she nodded obediently and began to drive the carriage with peace of mind. Go forward, and then turn left. Jing Liuli did not know where Ding Ning was going next, but she was certain that Ding Ning was not going back to Ink Garden. Soon, everyone who had been paying attention to the movements of this carriage found that this carriage was not going back to Ink Garden. Today, Ding Ning had shocked all of Changling by breaking through to Realm 5 as Realm 4. Was he going to do something next? Because it had been so long, even though he had recalled some memories, these memories were still blurry. So he was slow in directing, and Jing Liuli's carriage was also slow. Ding Ning was extremely familiar with the present streets of Changling. He could even clearly judge when the army stationed in Changling would arrive at a certain location after a signal was sent from any turret. But the present Changling was not the Changling of the past. He focused on the present, and rarely thought about what these streets had been like many years ago, and what each courtyard had been used for. Many courtyards had completely changed. Some places that used to be farmlands had become bustling markets. Some places that used to be wineries had now become dye houses. Some places that used to be dye houses had now become places where people went to look for prostitutes. They seemed to have become private residences. His thoughts moved along with the changing streets and courtyards. His memories slowly overlapped with the present Changling. Then he could not help but whisper to himself. What? Jing Liuli heard his voice and could not help but turn to ask. Ding Ning looked up and looked ahead. He did not answer her question and said softly, "We are almost there." Following Ding Ning's gaze, Jing Liuli saw grey eaves. The same grey eaves were not as righteous as most grey eaves in Changling. When the edges of the eaves flew up, they looked like a pair of graceful bird feathers. Her brows furrowed unconsciously. She knew that this kind of roof was the style of Jiaodong commandery. As the carriage moved forward, everyone who was paying attention to the movements of the carriage could see that the courtyard was Ding Ning's destination. However, even the owner of this courtyard was puzzled by Ding Ning's arrival. Facing Jing Liuli, who was likely to be the next master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and a genius like Ding Ning, no owner of a courtyard would be indifferent. No owner dared to be arrogant and ignore unless they did not know the identities of Jing Liuli and Ding Ning. When Jing Liuli's carriage stopped in front of the gates of this courtyard, the owner of this courtyard slowly walked out. The owner of this courtyard was a middle-aged man with a short beard, dressed in black silk robes. Jing Liuli did not know the identity of this middle-aged man, but even she could see that this middle-aged man had an ugly expression. At least, he did not welcome her and Ding Ning's arrival. Ding Ning's brows furrowed slightly. He knew the identity of this middle-aged man, but he did not think that this middle-aged man had any history with him. So he did not understand why the other had such an expression. He got off the carriage and bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. He said, "Junior Ding Ning greets Palace General Liu." Palace General was not this person's name, but his official position. This middle-aged man's surname was Liu, and he was one of the gate guards of the Qin dynasty's imperial palace. Ding Ning greeted him as a junior. The gate guards were not of high status to him and Jing Liuli, so he was very respectful to this middle-aged man. Yet, the middle-aged man had a cold smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said indifferently, "I do not know that an accomplished disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect has suddenly come to visit. Please excuse me for not coming out to greet you. What is the matter? When I was at the Falling Parasol wine shop, I heard that many years ago, the Gold Osmanthus winery here was the most famous winery in Changling. Now, the Gold Osmanthus winery no longer exists, but I heard that a patch of Gold Osmanthus winery was left behind." Ding Ning looked at the unfriendly Palace General Liu and said calmly, "I want to enter this patch of Gold Osmanthus, dig up a Gold Osmanthus and move it to Ink Garden." "What do you mean?" Hearing his words, Palace General Liu stilled slightly and then asked with a frown. Ding Ning looked at him and said, "Previously, when I was making wine, I wanted to make some Osmanthus wine. I thought that since I left Ink Garden today, and there is space in Ink Garden, I might as well come to the best Gold Osmanthus winery to ask for one. If Palace General Liu is willing to part with it today, I will do my best to repay you in the future." Palace General Liu was shocked. Because he was so shocked, the coldness on his face lessened slightly. Jing Liuli could not help but glance at Ding Ning. Even she felt that Ding Ning's words were absurd and unbelievable. Ding Ning was not in a hurry. He looked calmly at Palace General Liu and waited for his answer. It was not important what reason he gave. What was most important was that he had expressed his attitude. He knew that Palace General Liu would know the weight of his words. What he said now was no different from what the Guanzhong Xie family had said. Also, he had Minute Mountain Sword Sect behind him. "Apologies, I refuse." Palace Commander Liu took a deep breath. When the stunned expression on his face began to fade, his gaze returned to indifference. Then, he shook his head and said. Ding Ning looked at him and said, "Even if you refuse, you need a reason." "A reason?" Palace General Liu, who knew that Ding Ning's words also carried weight, sneered, and the disdain grew. "The reason is very simple." This palace general lowered his voice, his lips barely moving as he squeezed out a cold voice. "It is not because I want to curry favor with Palace Attendant Rong. Quite the opposite, I do not like that palace attendant who pretends to be powerful. But it is a pity that I am a former subordinate of General Liang. You should know what you and Wang Taishu mean to General Liang." Ding Ning's gaze turned cold. He was slightly surprised. The words General Liang had been in his plan, but it had been later. He had not expected it to appear here. It seems that he is not as useless as many people think. Ding Ning looked at this palace general and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "But have you truly considered the consequences of making such a decision? Do not threaten me. It is normal to repay a favor." Palace General Liu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up without looking at Ding Ning. He said coldly, "Even a talented general like General Liang has such a fate. It is good enough for someone like me to be a palace general in Changling. I don't expect to be able to take another step forward. We soldiers do simple things. Also, I know the methods you are most skilled in these days." After a pause, this palace general looked at Ding Ning and said disdainfully, "If you dare to challenge me, if you can win, so what if you move the entire Gold Osmanthus garden out of my residence, much less a single Osmanthus?" This palace general's voice was not low. Many people heard his words clearly. Then, many people could not help but shake their heads. "I know that with my cultivation, it is very shameless to say something like this." This palace general looked at Ding Ning and said with slight disdain, "But your methods in the Minute Mountain Sword trials, including forcing that palace attendant, are also very shameless." Jing Liuli raised an eyebrow. She turned to look at Ding Ning. She did not know what Ding Ning could do when a Realm 6 second-class palace general said something like this. Ding Ning was silent. There would always be a way, but at this moment, he could not think of a way for him to enter the Gold Osmanthus forest. But at this time, a soft voice came from the alley behind him and Jing Liuli. "Agree to him." The voice was very simple. Looking in the direction of the voice, everyone saw a long-haired youth dressed in light purple robes slowly walk over. "Otherwise, I will challenge you." This youth, with delicate features and long hair casually falling behind him, looked seriously at Palace General Liu, whose face was gradually paling, and said, "Then maybe we will die together." When they saw this youth's appearance, many people gathered in the surroundings felt shock and disbelief. The Qin dynasty had 13 marquises. This youth was a subordinate of one of the 13 marquises. That marquis was usually not in Changling. He should be the marquis who had the least connection to Ding Ning. Many breaths later, some people could not help but inhale sharply. They started to realize why. Chapter 372. The Qin dynasty had defeated the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, and had 13 marquises in total. These 13 marquises and their subordinates each guarded a region. They were like 13 strong cornerstones that supported the unprecedentedly powerful empire. These 13 marquises naturally had status far above ordinary court officials in the Qin dynasty. Their status came from the countless enemy experts they had killed, from their military exploits, and from the great power they possessed. From a certain point of view, they had taken down much of the Qin dynasty's present territory, so they should have extraordinary status. So for Changling, they were nobility who could speak, and could express their attitudes and opinions on some matters. This young man was a subordinate of one of the marquises. His appearance at this time represented the attitude of that marquis. If he belonged to the Dugu Bai establishment, maybe it was because of Dugu Bai. But he belonged to the marquis establishment that had the least connection to Ding Ning. Thinking of Fang Xiumu's departure at the Deer Mountain Conference, Fang Xiong's meridians were severed, and his cultivation was crippled. The Fang marquis establishment only existed in name. Some people present started to realize that this young man represented the attitude of all the marquis establishments. In the past many years, while Empress Zheng Xiu's control over Changling was strict, she did things fairly and would not cross an invisible line. Now, all the marquises hoped that Empress Zheng Xiu would follow her previous principles. Even more importantly, they were not willing to see the bow disappear after the birds were killed. These marquises did not express any opinions on Zheng Xiu's attitude towards White Goat Cave. But when Xue Wangshu died before the Minute Mountain Sword trial started, and on the matter of Ding Ning and Palace Attendant Rong, these marquises started to express their opinions. Palace Attendant Liu was not a greenhorn cultivator, so he knew better than most spectators the meaning of this young man standing up for Ding Ning. He could risk offending one marquis establishment, but he did not dare to offend all the marquises because some of the marquises were violent and cruel. His expression changed, but he did not make a sound. The long-haired young man with delicate features turned to look at Ding Ning and said softly, "We need a way out." Ding Ning bowed slightly in thanks. Then he turned to Palace General Liu and bowed seriously, saying, "Please grant my wish, General." Palace Guard Liu was silent for a moment. Without saying anything else, he turned and walked back to his courtyard. Everyone watched in silence as Jing Liuli and Ding Ning entered his courtyard. They did not understand what Ding Ning wanted to do. "Do I really have to dig up an Osmanthus tree and bring it back?" Jing Liuli also did not understand what Ding Ning wanted to do. In her view, if the young man who represented the attitude of all the marquises had not come to the rescue today, Ding Ning's spirit would have been greatly damaged. Seeing Ding Ning walk straight to the Osmanthus forest in the rear courtyard, she could not help but ask softly as she followed closely behind Ding Ning. Ding Ning did not turn his head and responded softly, "Later, you will have to put in more effort. When digging up the Osmanthus tree, you will also have to dig up more earth." Jing Liuli's brow immediately furrowed, but she did not speak. She continued to follow behind Ding Ning with her head bowed like a true attendant. Unexpectedly, Ding Ning did not remain silent. After a slight pause, he asked, "What have you learned from today's events?" Jing Liuli stilled and said, "What? There's always a reason behind everything." Ding Ning still did not turn his head and said slowly, "Sometimes, one cannot be unreasonable just because one's sword is vicious enough. Because most people would be worried that such unreasonable things would happen to them." The Osmanthus forest in Palace Commander Liu's residence was very large. Most of the Osmanthus trees were very old. Perhaps it was because these osmanthus trees were very old and rare that Palace Commander Liu did not change the layout of this osmanthus forest. Even the small pond in the osmanthus forest was not changed. However, compared to many years ago, some of the osmanthus trees in this osmanthus forest were slightly thicker. At this time, the lotus flowers in the pond were in full bloom. Ding Ning sat down on a rock by the pond. He silently looked at the lotus flowers in the pond for a long time. Then he stood up and kicked the edge of the rock. He said softly to the waiting Jing Liuli, "Cut a pure circle here, 6 feet deep. Do not damage the insides. Pull up the roots smoothly." Jing Liuli seriously pondered the meaning of Ding Ning's words. Then her gaze landed on the osmanthus tree closest to the rock. This osmanthus tree was very short but very thick. It seemed that this osmanthus tree would be in full bloom this autumn. Is there a problem if the branches and leaves are damaged? Many breaths later, she looked gravely at Ding Ning and asked. Ding Ning glanced at her and said, "No problem." Jing Liuli's gaze landed on the last flower remnant sword at Ding Ning's waist. "You did not have me bring a sword. You do not need my sword." Ding Ning's gaze landed on the short osmanthus tree. He said, "You can use it as a sword." Jing Liuli suddenly understood. She was silent for many breaths and then bowed seriously to Ding Ning. Then she turned around and faced the osmanthus tree. She gripped a thin branch that was tilted in front of her. Just like pulling out a sword, she pulled out the thin branch. There were many strange sounds coming from below the soil, as if a sharp weapon was cutting. But in this moment, her brow furrowed deeply. She sensed that she could not control this sword essence. Therefore, she made a change in an instant. When this thin branch was broken, it seemed to become a thin sword in her hand. Then she swung it down towards the ground. Her vital energy surged out of her body. The thin branch only shook for a moment before turning to dust, unable to withstand such terrifying power. But in this moment, the thin branch swung in an arc. With a hiss, a sword light drew a perfect circle along the osmanthus tree and fell into the ground. Jing Liuli took a step forward, gripped another thin branch and pulled up again. The entire osmanthus tree was pulled up from the ground along with a circle of soil like a sword out of its sheath. There was a light cracking sound. Jing Liuli broke off this thin branch again. Jing Liuli's right wrist moved slightly and pulled up. This thin branch easily cut through the roots at the bottom of the soil and then lifted up the osmanthus tree along with a ball of soil. The thin branch, as thick as a finger, lifted up the heavy soil and the osmanthus tree. It did not even bend, but Jing Liuli's feet sank slightly into the ground. Her sleeves hissed, and her expression was not relaxed. Do as you wish, follow your heart. Do not stick to any sword. That is your sword essence. If you have too much confidence in your sword, you will naturally have thoughts of defeating your opponent with one sword. But this kind of thinking may not be in line with the sword essence you cultivate. Ding Ning looked at Jing Liuli, who was not relaxed, and said slowly and clearly. Then he started to walk out. Jing Liuli was not relaxed. She maintained a strong output of vital energy. Her body was slightly stiff, but when she heard Ding Ning's words, her breathing paused for a moment. Then she bowed to Ding Ning and started to walk. At the same time, she asked, "Directly in the carriage?" "Directly in the carriage. I can sit outside." Ding Ning did not turn his head and said, "Do not damage the soil. Do not damage the soil." This was a strange way of saying, but Jing Liuli seemed to understand his meaning. The people waiting outside Palace General Liu's residence were shocked to see Jing Liuli appear with a thin branch holding up an entire osmanthus tree. There was a loud boom. Before they could adjust to this scene, Jing Liuli's thin branch had already fallen in front of the carriage. This thin branch easily shattered the carriage and then continued to gently hold up the falling osmanthus tree. The clump of soil was still a clump of soil. It was lightly placed at the bottom of the carriage, and not even a piece of soil fell off. The most important thing when using the sword is the result. Not all direct attacks mean that everything will go as you wish. As long as each attack is free, the final result will also be free. Ding Ning looked in satisfaction at Jing Liuli and sat down. He sat in front of the tree. Because there was no soil, the place where he sat was still very clean. Chapter 373. The carriage returned to Ink Garden. Jing Liuli had not rested for many days, but along the way, she was in a wondrous state. She seemed to have forgotten her exhaustion. Her body seemed to be emitting a layer of faint fluorescent light. This layer of fluorescent light was like a peerless sword that gradually became less dazzling and more lustrous after its initial sharpness was revealed. She and Ding Ning were important people in Changling at this time. Along the way, the gazes of many powerful cultivators would linger on her and Ding Ning. Naturally, some of them could detect this subtle change in energy. These people started to be shocked. They could not understand what had happened in the Osmanthus forest in Palace Commander Liu's compound. What had caused Jing Liuli to suddenly change like this? They looked at the Osmanthus tree placed peacefully on the carriage, and the large ball of evenly cut soil at the base of the Osmanthus tree. Many people did not understand how Jing Liuli had done it. Yet they were certain that Jing Liuli's change in presence from when she first entered Changling, especially when she was in a state of epiphany, was because of Ding Ning. Sometimes, I really have to be convinced. A youth stood in an alley and looked at the carriage returning to Ink Garden. His gaze grew more respectful. In the end, he bowed seriously towards the carriage. This youth was also on the Book of Talents, but his ranking was not high enough. In the Minute Mountain Sword trials, he had been eliminated before he reached the end of the trials. At this time, Jing Liuli and Ding Ning did not even notice his existence, but he bowed so seriously to Ding Ning and Jing Liuli out of pure admiration and respect. Youths of his age usually worshipped heroes more. While he had been a competitor in the Minute Mountain Sword trials, after the trials, Ding Ning, who had fought for his sect and now avenged Shui Wangshu, was a hero in his eyes. His attitude naturally represented the attitude of most of the young people in Changling. Jing Liuli did not make a sound the entire way. When the carriage carried the Osmanthus tree into Ink Garden, the faint glow on Jing Liuli's body gradually disappeared. Then she turned her head and looked at Ding Ning, who was sitting calmly. She asked, "What is in the soil under this tree?" The others did not understand Ding Ning's actions. They only thought that entering the Osmanthus forest and digging up this Osmanthus flower had something to do with Jing Liuli's cultivation. However, based on all the previous details, Jing Liuli was certain that there was something very important to Ding Ning in the soil under the Osmanthus flower tree. It was related to his breakthrough in cultivation. Ding Ning raised his head to look at her. Before he could say anything, Jing Liuli had already understood the meaning in his eyes. She directly said on behalf of Ding Ning, "I will know in the future, right?" Ding Ning could not help but smile slightly. Then he nodded and said, "I think what you need to consider the most right now is not my matter." Jing Liuli also glanced at him and said, "Do you still need me to make medicine for you? Let's talk about it in 3 days. Ding Ning shook his head. Jing Liuli made a sound of acknowledgement. She looked at the Osmanthus tree behind Ding Ning and said, "You will take care of it yourself?" Ding Ning nodded and said, "I will take care of it myself." Jing Liuli did not say anything else. When the carriage stopped at the door to the little courtyard in the deepest part of Ink Garden, she walked down from the carriage and then walked towards her own room to rest without looking back. Ding Ning knew her personality. He did not look at Jing Liuli, who had not yet entered the room. He also got off the carriage and looked quietly at the Osmanthus tree. Many of the Osmanthus tree's roots had been damaged, and the roots that went deep into the soil had all been cut off. It was already difficult for it to survive this year, let alone bloom. However, many years ago, this Osmanthus tree was the one that bloomed the most in the entire forest. Many years ago, a certain person met a certain woman from Jiaodong Commandery in this Osmanthus forest. That person was stunned by the woman's beauty and talent, and the woman fell in love with that person at first sight. That person thought that he could spend a lifetime with that woman. Later, that person made many friends who appreciated each other, and often came to the wine shop in this Osmanthus forest to drink. Drinking wine and fighting the world. Everything seemed so perfect. One day, the man suddenly had an idea. He stole the best jug of newly brewed wine in the wine shop. He added some elixirs that could make the wine taste even better. Then, he buried the jug of wine under the most beautiful osmanthus tree. Time waited for the wine to mature. That person wanted to wait until his wedding with that woman to secretly take out this jug of wine, and give that wine shop owner and all his close friends a surprise. But before the wine had matured, the person was gone. That woman from Jiaodong Commandery became the mistress of Changling, and the empress of the Qin dynasty. That person and many of his friends all died in battle in Changling. That wine shop also disappeared. Many more important things could not be remembered, much less this jug of wine that was just a sudden idea, an insignificant addition to perfection. This was a jug of wedding wine that had long been forgotten. Maybe if nothing had changed back then, this jug of wine might not have been remembered by anyone. But because of revenge, this jug of wine appeared again. Ding Ning attacked. The tip of the last flower remnant sword split into countless sword threads, and softly sank into the soil under the osmanthus tree. These sword threads silently wrapped around a grey wine jug sleeping in the soil, and then pulled the wine jug out of the soil. The sword energy given off by the sword threads swept away all obstacles. Countless white flowers floated in the fine soil. The wine jug was not small. It was enough for dozens of people to drink a bowl each. The jug was sealed well, and not even a hint of alcohol came out. That person pursued the extreme in everything he did, but could not think of the future. There was a soft snap. Ding Ning broke the seal with a wave of his hand. There was only half a jar of golden wine left now. Ding Ning looked up. Even more things that had already disappeared from his memory and the faces of some people flashed through his mind. "To all of you," he said softly. He put away his sword, held up the wine jug with one hand, and poured the wine into his mouth. He drank in large mouthfuls. The taste of this jug of wine was wonderful. The best osmanthus wine of the past merged with the fragrance of those spirit medicines. It was sweet, and felt like it was burning in his throat. Even the legendary immortal wine could not compare to this. But at this time, Ding Ning's mouth tasted even more bitter than when he had drunk those medicinal soups. Back then, those spirit medicines were purely for fragrance and taste. For that person and that person's friends, the benefits to their cultivation were minuscule. But for his present cultivation, it was so important. Balls of strong airflow spread along with the drunkenness, constantly exploding in his body and rushing into his sea of qi. Almost everyone liked the fragrance of osmanthus. Deep in the imperial palace, the woman from Jiaodong Commandery sat on the phoenix chair. She listened to the report of the middle-aged yellow-robed cultivator outside the door. Her perfect head slowly looked up, and her emotionless gaze landed on the garden outside through a side window. There were many tall osmanthus trees there. But other than a hint of surprise, her gaze was still cold and emotionless. She did not understand why Ding Ning and Jing Liuli had gone to the osmanthus forest to dig up an osmanthus tree. Because it was too far away. Because so far away, many things in the past were too insignificant. She had long forgotten where they had met, as it had long been quietly erased from her memory by the passage of time. She had long forgotten that osmanthus forest. Chapter 374. In the morning, the sound of horse hooves sounded in the quiet streets. In Changling, it was normal for carriages to pass through the streets. Yet this sound came from Ink Garden. Many cultivators who were usually well-trained suddenly raised their heads and looked towards the source of the voice. Soon, the carriage appeared in their line of sight. The driver was still Jing Liuli. 3 days ago, she had dug out an osmanthus tree from the osmanthus forest of that palace general. She had shattered the carriage with one blow and transported the osmanthus tree back to Ink Garden. Now, this carriage did not have a cabin. Ding Ning seemed to be sitting on a handcart without any cover. Yet no one found it laughable. They just felt shock and unease. Because every time this carriage came out of Ink Garden, it would do something that would shock all of Changling. There was a Daoist temple in the north of Changling. There were many large yellow poplars in front of the door. Few people came to this Daoist temple usually, but as the carriage from Ink Garden came closer, this Daoist temple suddenly fell into the sight of everyone in Changling. Jing Liuli's carriage stopped in front of this Daoist temple. Then she immediately frowned. The black doors of the Daoist temple were slightly ajar, but no one came out to greet them. Jing Liuli frowned not because of herself, but because she knew that the Daoist in this temple should know her identity. From a certain point of view, she represented Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Many carriages and people followed behind the carriage. The sound of people grew louder around this quiet Daoist temple, but the inside of the temple was still silent. Not even footsteps could be heard. Ding Ning sat on the carriage and had yet to get off. Everyone's gaze landed on him. They were speculating about his goal in coming here, and what he would do next. Jing Liuli still frowned. She turned to look at Ding Ning, who was sitting silently on the carriage. She thought that she should speak in this situation. But if the people in the temple still played dead after she spoke, and no one paid attention, she did not know how to respond. Not knowing how to deal with it was an extremely embarrassing thing for her. Just as she turned around, Ding Ning raised his head. He looked at the tall boxwood tree with its branches and leaves covering his head. He reached out to his side and picked up a wine pouch. There was really wine in the wineskin. When Ding Ning raised his head to drink, Jing Liuli smelled the strong aroma of the wine. The aroma made her feel very comfortable and even made her want to drink the wine. But at this moment, Ding Ning said, "The boxwood must have been here when the Taoist temple was built, right?" There seemed to be an invisible magic in his voice, and Jing Liuli subconsciously followed his gaze. The morning sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, making her squint her eyes slightly. This was indeed a very old and tall boxwood tree. Things that were very old naturally had a unique sense of beauty. However, the reason why she narrowed her eyes slightly was because she felt Ding Ning's murderous aura. "Chop down this tree." Ding Ning put down the wine pouch, licked the corners of his mouth and smiled, showing rare white teeth. Then he said softly, "If no one comes out, chop down all of these boxwood trees." Jing Liuli's eyes lit up slightly. She had learned how to deal with such situations in the future. She nodded and got off the carriage. Her body started to release a type of strange faint fluorescent light. She reached out her right hand as if she wanted to stroke the boxwood in front of her. However, the instant the light at the edge of her palm touched this boxwood, a ring of faint light also appeared on this boxwood tree's trunk. In the next moment, this yellow poplar tree was like a drunkard, falling crookedly towards the yellow poplar tree next to it. The branches and leaves rubbed against each other, emitting countless sounds that were not loud but made the heart palpitate. Jing Liuli looked at the fallen boxwood tree and felt it was a pity. But for some reason, when she smelled the scent of wine, she felt very happy. Without any hesitation, under everyone's shocked gazes, she walked towards a nearby boxwood tree. "When have these trees offended you?" At this moment, a long sigh came from the Daoist temple. Jing Liuli's eyebrows rose slightly and her steps paused. But at this time, Ding Ning's voice reached her ears again. "Chop." Jing Liuli's gaze flashed. Without hesitation, she waved her hand again. The boxwood tree in front of her fell with a crash. 2 boxwood trees suddenly fell in front of the temple, and the place immediately became empty. The temple door was pushed open from the inside with a bang. An old Daoist stood at the door. His face had been very pale, but now it was even paler. "These boxwood trees were personally planted by my grandmaster more than 300 years ago." The pale old Daoist's beard trembled slightly. He looked at Jing Liuli and Ding Ning. "I do not know what you want to do." Ding Ning looked calmly at him and then at his waist. Then he shook his head and said coolly, "You have a sword, so you should know what I want to do." Jing Liuli frowned again. She saw that the pale old Daoist's sleeves were very wide, so the scabbard at his waist was covered by only a small part of it. It was a small part of the scabbard that looked like white jade. From this, one could imagine how small the sword inside would be. This pale old Daoist was Daoist Chen. Hearing Ding Ning's calm words, his gaze landed on the 2 fallen boxwood trees. Looking at the scattered leaves on the ground, his body started to tremble slightly. He said, "You go too far. Do not use such a clumsy method." Ding Ning smiled disdainfully and said, "If you really want to hide, you can close the temple and hide further away." You waited at the empty door, and your sword essence came out. You wanted to kill me for her for a long time. You are so old, you should have seen through many things. 2 boxwood trees would not cause you such pain. You made people feel that I went too far, and you were forced to act. Such a clumsy method is meaningless. Jing Liuli listened silently. Thinking of the details Ding Ning mentioned, her expression grew more disdainful. When Ding Ning finished speaking, she snorted disdainfully. Shameless old thing. Daoist Chen's expression had already stiffened. Hearing Jing Liuli's snort, his expression immediately grew ugly. In the span of a single breath, the trembling of his body completely stopped, and a cold and callous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You really? He looked at Ding Ning and said softly, emphasizing each word, want to force me to kill you? Ding Ning looked at the cruel smile at the corners of his mouth and also smiled. He did not directly respond to his words and said softly, you should have a senior sect brother. Originally, this temple should belong to him, but now, this temple belongs to you because that palace attendant is your disciple. So just based on this, I have a reason to kill you. Daoist Chen took a deep breath. He did not say anything else. He looked up at Ding Ning and said, I accept your challenge. His voice was loud and clear, and everyone within a radius of several hundred feet could hear him. Jing Liuli turned. As she walked behind Ding Ning, she asked softly, you really plan to kill him? Ding Ning glanced at her and said, he has a reason to die. If he wants to kill me, then I will kill him. Daoist Chen had not heard Ding Ning and Jing Liuli's conversation, but he could sense Ding Ning's confidence. Actually, even without her, I want to try and see if I can kill you based on your present attitude. He put away his cold smile and said seriously to Ding Ning, I have lived for so long in Changling and seen so many powerful cultivators, but I have never seen a cultivator of your cultivation who has the confidence to kill a cultivator like me. Just this curiosity alone is enough for me to give it a try. In other words, it is because of my disciple that limits my thoughts. If I lose to you and die at your hands, what kind of effect will it have on her? Daoist Chen paused and then looked at Ding Ning. He said, as a swordsman of Changling, this kind of temptation is hard to resist. Even if I die at your hands, I fear this battle will be recorded in the history books. Then I will let you record it in the history books. Ding Ning laughed and said, because your cultivation is much stronger than mine, I will not be modest. I will fight first, please. The moment the word please sounded, Ding Ning had already made his move. He gripped the hilt of the last flower sword and stabbed forward. Daoist Chen was not surprised. The flying sword he cultivated focused on speed. He had predicted that Ding Ning would attack first. Even if Ding Ning attacked first, he did not think that Ding Ning could get the first move. When Ding Ning gripped the hilt of the last flower sword, there was a vibration at his waist. A small sword hidden in the white jade scabbard flew out of the scabbard. But at this time, to his disbelief, he felt a sword essence appear next to him, one completely different from Ding Ning's. Chapter 375. This sword essence did not give him a strong feeling, but it was exceptionally dangerous. In this short period of time, he understood why this sword essence made him feel so dangerous. Because this sword essence came from Jing Liuli. Jing Liuli was the direct disciple of the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, Bailey Sushue. He cultivated the best sword of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and his sword essence was not something ordinary Changling swordsmen could compare to. But in a duel under the watchful eyes of so many people, could it be that they could cheat and fight 2 against 1? Daoist Chen could not understand. He could not help but glance at the source of the sword essence, or rather, his perception swept towards the source of the sword essence. But there was nothing there. There was only a tree stump. A boxwood stump that had just been cut and was still oozing juice. The sword essence came from the smooth surface, but it was just a thin sword essence without any true sword energy. Borrowing sword essence. Curtain Sky Secret Sword. Daoist Chen suddenly realized what was going on and exclaimed in shock. The reason for his exclamation was that he found he was too slow. Pew 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 pew. The sound of something breaking through the air even drowned out his cry of surprise. Ding Ning raised the last flower remnant sword, but what truly threatened Daoist Chen at this moment was the star-fiendish sword energy he had accumulated in his body. What was most terrifying about Daoist Chen was that his flying sword was faster than the flying swords of many Changling swordsmen. So if he wanted to win against Daoist Chen, he had to pursue extreme speed. The moment Daoist Chen's perception was completely attracted by the sword essence, his right foot stepped hard on the stone pavement. The stone tiles under his foot immediately exploded. Using the powerful recoil, Ding Ning's body shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, all the fiendish sword energy he had accumulated in his body surged out. Like two extremely long black swords, they stabbed towards Daoist Chen's chest. Since he pursued extreme speed, he had already thought of what to do at every moment. The cold fiendish sword energy rushed out of the meridians in his arms. While the muscles in his arms were still twitching and trembling, Ding Ning's right hand was already able to forcefully thrust forward. The same method seemed to be no different from when he dealt with Dr. Ari. But Daoist Chen knew that compared to when Ding Ning dealt with Dr. Ari, there was one more important secret sword. He had originally been much faster than Dr. Ari, but because of that thin sword essence that did not cause any real damage, his reaction was even slower than Dr. Ari's. Most importantly, he didn't have Dr. Ari's defensive methods. Like all swordmasters who were good at flying swords, close combat was his weakness. As he shouted, his expression changed dramatically. The thin flying sword that had charged forward a foot accurately swung between the two black sword lights and shattered all the fiendish swords. At the same time, his flying sword continued to move forward towards Ding Ning's right arm. While his talent was limited and his cultivation had not improved since the age of 40, he had spent many years of hard work on this flying sword. Even though he was shocked by Ding Ning's attack, he was still confident that he could defeat Ding Ning's sword before it landed on him, and even kill Ding Ning. Ding Ning's eyes were bright. His left hand swung out and unhesitatingly slapped at the flying sword. The tip of the sword pierced through his palm like tofu. A bright mist of blood rushed out of Ding Ning's hand. His left sleeve was completely wet. The sword gave off an ear-piercing sound of bone scraping. All the cultivators who saw this immediately paled. Daoist Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. All of this was within his expectations. In the next moment, this flying sword should have passed through Ding Ning's palm and cut through Ding Ning's right wrist that held the sword. However, in the next moment, he howled like a wild beast. His sword was unable to pass through Ding Ning's palm, but Ding Ning's last flower remnant sword had stabbed deep into his chest. The spreading sword threads immediately twisted his organs into mush. It was only at this moment that waves of shocked cries and screams rang out. Most of the spectators had seen many duels, but none had ever made them feel so bloody and cruel. As he howled, Daoist Chen, whose vital energy had completely dissipated, slapped his hands towards Ding Ning's face. Some of the rampaging vital energy was like lightning between his fingers. Ding Ning expressionlessly released his right hand. He bent down and burrowed into Daoist Chen's arms. His left hand slapped towards Daoist Chen's abdomen. His left hand held Daoist Chen's flying sword. Pew, pew, pew. With each muffled sound of flesh being pierced, the hearts of the spectators contracted violently. In a breath, Ding Ning slapped Daoist Chen's energy sea multiple times. The tip of the sword stabbed into Daoist Chen's energy sea caused his vital energy to completely dissipate. Daoist Chen could not stand still. Under the recoil of the vital energy and energy flowing out of his energy sea, his body stumbled backwards. Ding Ning straightened his body. As blood sprayed, his eyes narrowed slightly. His left hand slapped towards Daoist Chen's throat without hesitation. Everyone heard a sound like a lantern shattering. Daoist Chen's beast-like howl suddenly stopped. There was only the sound of blood splattering and the sound of air leaking. There was not just a hole in his Adam's apple. His entire neck had caved in. Even now, Ding Ning's movements did not seem to have stopped in everyone's eyes. His right hand landed on his left palm. With a soft sound, he pulled out the flying sword in his left palm. Like throwing a dagger, he threw it towards the chest of the retreating Daoist Chen. Even though they saw the terrifying wounds on Daoist Chen's body and knew that Daoist Chen couldn't survive, when the flying sword accurately stabbed into his heart, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Ding Ning did not advance. He stopped. When he raised his right hand again, there was a piece of gauze in his hand to stop the bleeding. Then he used the same astounding speed to bandage his wound to stop the bleeding. The carriage had left Ink Garden several times. Previously, he had not been wounded. However, even though he was injured this time, the scene at this moment was even more chilling than the previous few times. Deathly silence. There was only the sound of blood and the strange sounds coming from Daoist Chen's pierced throat. Daoist Chen clutched his throat in terror. He tried to open his mouth. At this time, he did not want to scream or make a sound of discontent. He wanted to send a message. Because he knew the truth. He knew why he would die. In the eyes of the other onlookers, Ding Ning had used a cruel method to block his flying sword with his palm bone for a moment. But only he knew that in that moment, countless strange forces had destroyed the vital energy he had attached to the flying sword. They seemed to be countless little silkworms. But in this moment, Ding Ning looked up. His calm and deep gaze caused Daoist Chen to freeze. Then Ding Ning took a step forward in front of him. You should understand the truth now. You did not die unjustly at my hands. Because I know not just your cultivation and swordsmanship, but also some of your instinctive fighting habits. You should understand now that I am not just avenging old man Shui. Hearing Ding Ning's almost unmoving voice, Daoist Chen's mouth opened even wider. He wanted to shout even more. However, he realized that he could no longer make any sound in that moment of stagnation. He looked in terror at Ding Ning, falling backwards and hitting the ground. Gasps and screams sounded. Only now did shock and terror start to spread. This was a true battle to the death, but the victor was still Ding Ning. How do you know the secret sword of Fenghu province? Jing Liuli did not have much shock in her eyes. Since Ding Ning had the confidence to come find this Daoist, she was certain that Ding Ning could win. There was only deep confusion in her eyes. That was not the secret sword of Fenghu province, but the secret sword of the Basin Kendo ground. When Ding Ning turned around, she instinctively felt that Ding Ning would answer her with the most common sentence, "You will know in the future." But Ding Ning's soft reply stilled her. "We are going to the tea garden." But Ding Ning's next calm words truly shocked her. "Go to the tea garden?" She unconsciously repeated the words. As Ding Ning walked past her, he turned to look at her and said softly, "What is worse than losing an important teacher and friend in one day is losing a lover, or watching that lover suffer pain worse than death." Chapter 376. Hearing Ding Ning's words, Jing Liuli did not say anything. But after glancing at Daoist Chen on the ground, she turned and said softly to Ding Ning, "Is your attitude towards him too cold? You killed a person in front of so many people. You should know that most people in Changling do not like the Empress because she is too cold. I may not be liked by most people in Changling in the end." Ding Ning sat on the carriage and looked at his wounded left hand. He said seriously, "I am very tired, so I cannot care about what these people think." Jing Liuli frowned slightly. She thought of Ding Ning's cultivation in these days, and his determination to use his hand to stop the sword just now. She bowed her head, stopped speaking, and started to drive. Palace attendant Rong stood under the eaves and waited. The summer sun shone on the golden roof tiles and was blinding. She knew that Ding Ning had gone to the Boxwood Temple. When the carriage left Ink Garden, she knew that something would happen today. Normally, she didn't think much of Daoist Chen. She had even forgotten about him, just like many young people who had left their hometown for a long time. When they grew older, they would slowly forget about their parents and relatives. But people could not truly be emotionless. Before Daoist Chen took her in as a disciple, she had been an orphan girl living on the streets. There were only two outcomes. Either she died on the streets, or she became a young prostitute in a brothel. Daoist Chen had not just taught her, but raised her. Just like how Daoist Chen had gradually forgotten her, when he saw Ding Ning, He immediately wanted to help her kill Ding Ning. When Ding Ning found Daoist Chen, the past favors, the guilt and kindness started to fill her body. She did not want anything to happen to Daoist Chen. The cicadas in the courtyard stopped chirping. Someone had come. A middle-aged cultivator in yellow robes appeared at the entrance to her courtyard and bowed slightly. Daoist Chen is dead. Palace attendant Rong's heart suddenly sank to an unknown place as though it had fallen into an invisible abyss below her. The middle-aged cultivator in yellow robes slowly straightened his body. His eyes lit up. But palace attendant Rong's attention was not on him, so she did not detect his abnormality. The unusual light in the yellow-robed middle-aged cultivator's eyes quickly faded. He bowed his head and said, "That carriage did not return to Ink Garden, and is heading towards a tea garden." When palace attendant Rong heard the news of Daoist Chen's death, her body froze. But when she heard the yellow-robed middle-aged cultivator's words, she suddenly looked up in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why is it like this?" In the eyes of many people in Changling who knew Palace Attendant Rong was an emotionless mud puppet, as cold as the Empress. People could not imagine such an exclamation coming from her. The yellow-robed middle-aged cultivator lowered his head and said, "The Empress does not want you to leave the palace." Palace Attendant Rong's body and face froze again. Her face was bloodless, like the snowmen piled up in the winter in the palace. South of the city, tea garden. When Jing Liuli's carriage was heading towards the tea garden, a man wearing a bamboo hat and black silk robes was walking towards the tea garden from a small path. He was about a dozen miles away from this tea garden, separated by a bamboo forest and a small stream. There was a wooden bridge over the stream, which was covered with many green vines. The green vines even grew into the water, which made it look very watery. There was no one in this man's sight. But he suddenly sensed something and stopped. The moment he stopped, the bamboo hat on his head seemed to be cut by multiple sharp weapons, splitting apart and falling to the ground. Under the bamboo hat was a pampered face. His unusually clean and dark long hair was tied up with a white jade ring. His facial features were delicate and it was hard to tell how old he was. Even his eyebrows seemed to have been trimmed. Not only did he look perfect, but he also gave off an unusually delicate feeling. "Do we really have to do this?" The man's delicate eyebrows raised slightly. The moment he opened his mouth to speak, a pure black long sword silently appeared in front of him. The sword was clearly very hard, but as it slowly flew around his body, it gave people a feeling of agility and softness. Sometimes the sword was in front of him, sometimes it was behind him. But no matter which angle one looked at it from, the pure black sword and the man gave off a feeling that they were impenetrable. "It does not have to be like this." Xiao Sharin's voice sounded. Before his voice sounded, there was no one on that wooden bridge covered in green vines. However, when his voice sounded, his figure already appeared on that wooden bridge. "As long as you stop here and wait for the tea garden matter to finish, it does not have to be like this." Xiao Sharin looked at this man and said expressionlessly, "You are very good at killing." The black-robed man narrowed his eyes at Xiao Sharin. He shook his head and said, "But you may not be a match for me." Xiao Sharin looked coldly at him and said, "I will not think about who is a match for whom. I only know that either I kill, or I am killed." After a pause, Xiao Sharin looked at the bamboo hat fragments at the man's feet. Faint disdain and provocation appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Shu Fanqin, if you were so confident, your bamboo hat would not have been broken." The black-robed man smiled with a hint of pride. He looked at him and said, "Maybe I did it on purpose." Xiao Sharin's gaze darkened. He looked coldly at the moving black sword of the black-robed man and said, "You know I do not like to joke, so you can try." The black-robed man's smile disappeared. His eyebrows rose, but he did not speak. The black sword only moved and did not move forward. "Actually, we do not have much meaning here." Many breaths later, the black-robed man shook his head and said. Xiao Sharin glanced at him and said, "There is no meaning because that carriage will enter the tea garden in the end because she is the only one who does not want that carriage to enter the tea garden. But many people in Changling want that carriage to enter the tea garden." The carriage was close to the tea garden. For Jing Liuli, This carriage had a smooth journey from the Boxwood Temple to here without any obstruction. Just like the last time he came to the tea garden, Ding Ning got off the carriage outside the tea garden, and then walked along the fields towards the bamboo hut. The master of the tea garden, the quiet middle-aged man, Zhong Luyang, was carrying water. Seeing Ding Ning and Jing Liuli walk over, he put down his burden and nodded in greeting to Ding Ning and Jing Liuli. Ding Ning nodded in return and then said, "You lied. Daoist Chen is dead. I killed him. Now, I will challenge you." Chapter 377. Zhong Luyang's body froze slightly. He struggled to lift his head, his face gradually paling. When Ding Ning said that Daoist Chen was dead, Ding Ning's expression was still calm as though he had done something insignificant. This kind of expression made him feel that he was insignificant to Ding Ning, and even powerless to argue. "When did you feel that I was lying?" He paused for a long time before looking at Ding Ning and speaking. Ding Ning looked at him and said, "From the beginning. No one usually came to the tea garden on the river. As Jing Liuli and Ding Ning came, large groups of people followed. Even some ordinary Changling people came. While the crowd deliberately lowered their voices, for Zhong Luyang, who usually lived in a quiet environment, the surrounding voices grew louder and made his head swell. He did not believe that Ding Ning could kill Daoist Chen, but these people who surrounded the tea garden, the expressions on their faces, the buzzing voices that filled his ears constantly reminded him that this was the truth. Daoist Chen was dead. If he died on the same day, what would happen to her? He suddenly understood Ding Ning's thoughts. "You are too vicious." His body started to tremble. Not letting a dying old man see the last, that is the greatest viciousness. Ding Ning did not look at his face, looking up at the distant mountains, and slowly said. Hearing Ding Ning's words, Zhong Luyang's body stopped trembling, but he grew colder. "I will not accept your challenge. In Changling, a swordsman, especially one with higher cultivation, will not dare to accept another's challenge. They will be looked down upon and spurned. It seems that for her, you can even disregard your reputation, and what other people think of you." Ding Ning looked calmly at Zhong Luyang and shook his head with slight disdain. "But will she treat you like this?" Zhong Luyang took a deep breath, looked at Ding Ning, and said, "Yes. That's just what you think." Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "I can make a bet with you." Zhong Luyang asked, "What bet?" Ding Ning looked at him indifferently and said, "I bet that she won't come here even if I wait until sunset. If she gets here before sunset, I will give up on challenging you." Zhong Luyang said after a moment of silence, "Not everyone is free." "I agree with you." Ding Ning looked at the distant walls of Changling and said, "No one is free. The key is what kind of sacrifice each person is willing to make. You have no confidence in her." Ding Ning paused, then looked into his eyes and said, "If you are as confident as I am, then you dare to bet with me." Zhong Luyang paled even more. He looked up at Ding Ning and said, "If she comes before sunset, unless you also give up on challenging her." His words were messy, but Ding Ning and Jing Liuli understood his meaning. Jing Liuli felt that Zhong Luyang's words were powerful, so she could not help but look up at Ding Ning. Unexpectedly, Ding Ning did not hesitate. He smiled and said, "All right, if she comes before sunset, I will give up on challenging her." Zhong Luyang's eyes lit up for a moment. But for some reason, looking at Ding Ning's calm and confident expression, his heart suddenly sank. Then he was silent for a long time. Then he knelt on the ground, facing Ding Ning. The tea garden was in an uproar. No one understood why the master of the tea garden would suddenly kneel to Ding Ning. Jing Liuli was also shocked. In her view, since the wager was set, then both sides should wait for the result. Also, Ding Ning's attitude was so determined that even if Zhong Luyang knelt and begged, Ding Ning would not change his mind. He is humiliating himself. Kneeling in front of us in front of so many people is naturally a great humiliation. At this time, Ding Ning's voice sounded. Ding Ning turned to look at the puzzled Jing Liuli and said, "If we are just calmly drinking tea and eating here, Palace Attendant Rong will not come. But he must have Palace Attendant Rong come." Jing Liuli immediately understood and said in a cold voice, so he must let palace attendant Rong know that he is suffering the greatest humiliation. He does not care what the people of Changling think of him, or what palace attendant Rong thinks of him. He just wants palace attendant Rong to come here. He wants palace attendant Rong to win the wager and not die at your hands in the future. Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said softly, very pitiful. Jing Liuli frowned. She inexplicably understood what Ding Ning meant. Palace attendant Rong would not come at all. From beginning to end, Zhong Luyang had fallen in love with someone who was not worthy of his deep love. I can help you again. Ding Ning walked in front of the kneeling Zhong Luyang and said calmly, I can let you endure such humiliation. Zhong Luyang bowed his head. Although it was his own choice, countless voices filled his ears, and his body trembled because of the humiliation. He continued to kneel. Ding Ning continued to stand in front of him. It seemed to never stop. In the imperial palace, palace attendant Rong had been waiting under the eaves. The information about that carriage, after confirming that it was heading to the tea garden, continuously passed into her ears. At this time, she was very far from the tea garden. Her gaze could not pass through the imperial palace and half of Changling to see the tea garden. Yet the information made her feel like she was outside the tea garden. She seemed to be able to see Zhong Luyang kneeling in front of Ding Ning. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Other than Jing Liuli, no one knew of the wager between Zhong Luyang and Ding Ning. But she knew very well why Zhong Luyang would endure such humiliation. She also knew that if she appeared in the tea garden and accepted Ding Ning's challenge, this matter would end. She still had the confidence to kill Ding Ning. But the Empress did not want her to appear in front of Ding Ning, did not want her to fight with Ding Ning. Her body trembled and her head was bowed. In the flower garden in front of her, the light slowly turned from golden to dark. Time silently passed. The scorching sun of summer slowly moved in the sky and gradually set in the west. Many people outside the tea garden grew impatient. In their vision, the middle-aged man in the tea garden was still kneeling in front of Ding Ning. They did not know how long he would kneel. Was he begging for forgiveness? What was he begging for Ding Ning's forgiveness for? These people could not understand. In the tea garden, Zhong Luyang's face grew paler. For a cultivator like him, kneeling for an entire day and night would not be a problem. However, at this time, his sweat had soaked through his clothes, and then was evaporated by the heat. His clothes were covered in a thick layer of salt frost. His stamina started to weaken. Chapter 378. Ding Ning turned his head and did not look at him. He looked at the people who were gradually becoming impatient. He looked at the setting sun until his face gradually darkened. She still hasn't come. He did not turn around and said to Zhong Luyang, I told you, she will not come. Zhong Luyang looked up, his mouth open like a fish about to die of thirst as he looked at the last ray of sunlight in the sky. But even he knew the result, knew that she would not come. Why is it like this? The last light in his eyes seemed to disappear. Jin Liuli looked at this man. She felt pity for him and also pity him. Do not let him die. At this time, Ding Ning's voice reached her ears. Jing Liuli raised an eyebrow, still not understanding. But at this time, she sensed a sword essence. Zhong Luyang was still kneeling, but his body had straightened. A sparkling sword light appeared in his hand, like the color of dew rolling on tea leaves in the morning. This sword light was not aimed at Ding Ning, but at his own heart. Jing Liuli understood the feeling of a dead heart. She stomped her feet. A blade of grass flew into the air, gently but with a majestic aura, striking the sword in Zhong Luyang's hand. With a light clang, the sparkling and translucent sword light in Zhong Luyang's hand was directly struck to the ground. The surroundings were in an uproar. The tired and impatient people in the tea garden saw this change and immediately gave off gasps. You lost, not because you did not understand, but because you were not willing to believe. Is it worth dying like this? Ding Ning slowly turned around and looked calmly at Zhong Luyang. He said, trapped in this tea garden is a prison for you. I do not believe that you have never thought of leaving here. Zhong Luyang did not speak. It was impossible to see his expression in the darkness. Ding Ning did not look at him. He turned to look at Jing Liuli and said, "Let's go." Jing Liuli obediently followed him out of the tea garden like a true attendant. When the carriage started to slowly leave the tea garden, she could not help but ask Ding Ning softly, "Why did you have me save Zhong Luyang? If he dies, he dies, it is straightforward." Ding Ning said softly in the darkness, "But living is a kind of continuous torture." Jing Liuli thought and said, "So you feel that Zhong Luyang's survival today has a greater effect on palace attendant Rong than his death?" "Yes." Ding Ning's response was unusually simple. When the carriage started to leave the tea garden, palace attendant Rong still stood under the eaves. She also heard the truth about what happened in the tea garden. She knew that Zhong Luyang had not died and had survived. But inexplicably, when she heard that Zhong Luyang's suicide had been stopped by Jing Liuli, she did not feel any joy. She felt her heart sink even deeper into the abyss. In the deeper abyss, there seemed to be a devil king who looked just like Ding Ning. At this time, he was grabbing her heart and eating it. Her body was empty and powerless. At this time, Changling and the imperial palace seemed to be empty as though there was nothing left. She seemed to have lost everything she had in Changling. In truth, he shocked me. But if I were Bailey Sushue, I would have him return to Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and not let him rampage in Changling. When they left in the darkness, the black-robed man looked seriously at Xiao Sharin on the wooden bridge and said sincerely. Xiao Sharin knew what he meant but just looked coldly at him and said, "You are not qualified to judge Bailey Sushue." The black-robed man's features suddenly turned cold. The black sword around him gave off strange hisses. But in the end, he turned and left without a word. On a river port not far from the black-robed man and Xiao Sharin, two women stood side by side. The faint mist drifting from the river's surface covered the two women like a thin veil. "This is Xu Fenqin." Yi Xileng looked in the direction the black-robed man had disappeared and said to Bai Shanshui, "In the past, he was a fisherman from Jiaodong Commandery. Zheng Xiu taught him the killing sword manual of the Basin Kendo ground." Bai Shanshui smiled proudly and said, "So Zheng Xiu's top fighter looks like this." Yi Xileng corrected her. "The top assassin, not the top fighter. So he should be the one to ensure Liang Lian leaves Changling." Bai Shanshui said coolly, "I will kill him. I have more and more confidence in him. I believe he will help me save the people in the great floating water prison. So I will do what I promised him and help him kill Liang Lian. What are you thinking about?" The carriage moved through the streets of Changling. Just like usual, Ding Ning did not speak much. But today, Jing Liuli felt Ding Ning was exceptionally silent. "In about half a month, I will have the ability to defeat Palace Attendant Rong. In reality, I do not want her to come find me during this time," Ding Ning said. Jing Liuli frowned. "You will reach Realm 5 in so many days." Ding Ning ignored her words and said softly, "I am thinking about Wang Taishu and my senior sect brother. Wang Taishu took a detour and may have just arrived." Jing Liuli turned to look at him and said, "Zhong Yi should have arrived some time ago." Celestial Seal Sect. The moon in the sky was clearly reflected in the water of an ancient well. Zhong Yi put down his water load and looked at the moon reflected in the water. He looked at his face in the water and gradually felt ashamed and dazed. In the Celestial Seal Sect exam, his performance had been mediocre. Even he did not understand why he could pass the exam and become a disciple of Celestial Seal Sect. After entering Celestial Seal Sect to study, his performance was still mediocre. Many times, he could not complete some of the homework set by his teachers and was often punished. Just like today, because he made a mistake in even the simplest seal character and accidentally broke several water jars, he was punished to carry water for all of Celestial Seal Sect's water jars. Thinking of his junior sect brother who had been so awe-inspiring at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, he felt comforted. He missed him and felt even more ashamed. The great senior sect brother of White Goat Cave, someone who even entered the top 10 of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, has fallen to such a state. Are you unsuited to the yang, or unsuited to Celestial Seal Sect? A voice sounded. Zhong Yi suddenly shook. He felt this voice was very familiar. Looking in the direction of the voice, he stilled when he saw the person in the darkness. Looking at the person's clothing, he stilled for a long moment and said in disbelief, "Su Qin, you are also here? The world is too small. I came to Celestial Seal Sect. I had not expected you to also come to Celestial Seal Sect." The person in the darkness looked at Zhong Yi and smiled. "But I seem to be more suited to Celestial Seal Sect than you, so I am a disciple who can enter True Seal Hall." Chapter 379. Zhong Yi did not dare to believe it. He rubbed his eyes, but the scene in front of him did not change at all. Su Qin just stood there, dressed in the robes of Celestial Seal Sect. But compared to his robes, there were several seal scripts embroidered in black thread at the collar and cuffs. "You must want to know why I am in the Yang, and you must be thinking, with my crippled body, how can I become a disciple of Celestial Seal Sect?" Looking at Zhong Yi's disbelieving gaze, Su Qin laughed in pleasure. He raised his crippled hand that looked especially vicious and at odds with his figure and face. He looked disdainfully at Zhong Yi and said, "I can tell you the reason, because of the Empress." "Empress, Zhengxiu?" Zhong Yi did not dare to believe it, but he knew that the Empress Su Qin spoke of could not be the Empress of the Yang dynasty. It could only be that cold mistress of Changling. Su Qin nodded and looked up at the night sky above Zhong Yi's head. It was as if the moonlight and starlight in the night were somewhat dazzling to him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "I can tell you that Li Lingjun was able to become Emperor of the Chu, and I was able to leave the Chu and become a disciple of Celestial Seal Sect are all related to her. You are able to come here because of the arrangements of the old Changling families." After a pause, Su Qin looked disdainfully at Zhong Yi and said slowly, "The reason I tell you this is because I want you to understand that she is much stronger than you imagine. The cultivators in Changling say that she controls the order of Changling, but in reality, the further one goes out of Changling, the more one will understand how terrifying she is. Do not think that by coming here, you can completely escape her control. Even if you come to a blessed land, do not think that the old Changling families will help you for no reason without asking for anything in return." Zhong Yi looked dazedly at Su Qin. He started to sweat uncontrollably and soaked his clothing. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He did not dare to think, if even Li Lingjuan's return to the Chu to become emperor had been arranged by Empress Zhengxiu, if her intentions could affect the Yang dynasty's Celestial Seal Sect, then what would happen to the Chu, Yang, and Liang dynasties in the future? So even that person died at her hands. Su Qin looked at the pale Zhong Yi and said with slight disdain, "So I think the most terrifying person in Changling is Zhengxiu, and not the emperor who calls himself the Lonely One." "What do you mean?" Zhong Yi composed himself and looked at Su Qin. "Why are you telling me all this?" The mocking expression on Su Qin's face quickly expanded. He laughed out loud. The laughter gradually became somewhat mournful. His smile was as hideous as the scar on his hand. Because of hatred, because of unwillingness and obsession. "My eldest sect brother, when I was in White Goat Cave, I always felt that a stupid person like you was not worthy of surpassing me. Why would you receive the favor of more sect uncles and junior sect brothers? If not for Ding Ning, I think you would never be a match for me in this life. Now that Ding Ning is not here, this is Celestial Seal Sect, no one will disturb us." Hearing the words in the mournful laughter, and seeing Su Qin turn and walk into the darkness, Zhong Yi was stunned and instinctively shouted, "But I do not want to compete with you. I want to." Su Qin did not turn around, but his voice sounded again into Zhong Yi's ears. Palace attendant Rong did not rest. She had been standing under the eaves of the corridor, looking at the heavy darkness pressing down on Changling until the darkness gradually retreated and the dawn appeared in the eastern sky. She had been waiting for the latest news from the tea garden. In the end, there was no news. The person in the tea garden had left Changling. Her body no longer trembled. Zhong Luyang had not died. But inexplicably, not dying made her feel worse than dying. She knew that she had finally lost him completely. He no longer loved her. He no longer forgave her. He no longer accepted the excuses he had made for her. Daoist Chen was also dead. In this city, she finally had no family or friends left. Dawn was usually the time when one was the most tired. Even Jing Liuli had sunk into a deep sleep. Sitting cross-legged on the couch, Ding Ning opened his eyes. His door was only half closed, so it was easily pushed open from the outside. His gaze was still calm, but his heart immediately grew hot. Even if it was not the sound of footsteps, just the familiar scent told him that this was Zhongsun Qianxue. In this cold and majestic city, any meeting was worth cherishing. You may need it. I will lend it to you for now. The same cold voice sounded. A cold wind accompanied by a black shadow landed in front of him. Then Zhongsun Qianxue turned and walked out of his room. Ding Ning looked at the black shadow curled up in front of him. That was the black ice worm he was familiar with. But unlike the black ice worm he was familiar with, its body flashed with diamond-like light in the darkness. It had 2 horns on its head that it did not have before. In Changling, Ding Ning rarely had a time when he was truly happy. But at this time, he was truly smiling happily. Not because of the change in this black ice worm, but because Zhongsun Qianxue had lent this black ice worm to him. This black ice worm was still very afraid of him and kept on trembling. Roosters crowed in the streets. All of Changling slowly woke up. Jing Liuli also woke up. She finished washing in front of an old well in Ink Garden. Then she thought back to the things she had comprehended last night before she slowly walked towards Ding Ning, who had just walked out of the bedroom. What are we doing today? She could not help but ask Ding Ning. Every time she drove the carriage out, she would gain something. So she was filled with anticipation for each day she cultivated here. When I came back last night, I saw a person wearing an unusual pair of shoes. Ding Ning smiled at her and said, I left 2 letters for him. So we do not have to do anything in the next few days. We just need to wait a dozen days. Jing Liuli frowned deeply. She had driven the carriage back last night. But she had not noticed anything. Who is it? Why did you leave letters for him? She looked at Ding Ning and asked these 2 questions. Ding Ning looked at her and answered directly, one of Wang Taishu's people. I glanced at him, and then when the carriage turned, I casually threw the 2 letters into the grass to the left. No one could see my actions from that position. Jing Liuli still frowned and asked, then how are you so sure he can get your 2 letters? Because he is someone Wang Taishu left for me. Ding Ning smiled slightly and said, since he is someone Wang Taishu left for me, and I looked at him meaningfully and to his left, he naturally should have gotten the 2 letters. Jing Liuli thought and decided to accept Ding Ning's explanation. Then she could not help but ask, what shoes did he wear? How come I did not notice anything different? Ding Ning laughed, the kind of laugh that he truly found funny. Wang Taishu told me that he would leave someone for me. That person's shoes are different from others. I have always wondered what the difference was. When I saw it, I realized what was different. Ding Ning could not help but laugh. He was wearing Wang Taishu's shoes, the shoes that Wang Taishu wore when he last saw me. Even if the shoes fit, Wang Taishu would not be afraid of infecting him with athlete's foot. Jing Liuli was stunned. She felt that the matter itself was very funny, but she was not a person who would laugh at a joke. So her expression became more serious. So it is not a problem with my observation skills. It is because other than you, I am afraid that no one else can see what is so special about his shoes. Ding Ning nodded and could not help but laugh. That is just an ordinary pair of old shoes that may have athlete's foot. Then who were the 2 letters for? Jing Liuli's brows relaxed and she asked seriously. One is for her, telling her what she needs to help me do. The other is for an important person in Changling. I have something I need her to do for me. Ding Ning looked at her and said. Jing Liuli thought and said, so you mean, you used your last resort against Palace Attendant Rong? You are only waiting for your cultivation to have a breakthrough in a dozen days, and Palace Attendant Rong cannot resist coming out to find you. Ding Ning glanced at her and thought that this was not the case. But for the first time, he did not mean what he said. That is what I mean. Chapter 380. A pair of black calfskin shoes stepped on a caterpillar that had fallen from a tree. The owner of the shoes seemed to feel slightly dirty and itchy. After raising his foot, he twisted his toes on the stone path in front of him. This pair of shoes looked ordinary, but the leather was soft and thin. It would be comfortable to wear. In another alley, a middle-aged man was looking sharply in the direction of Ink Garden. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of threat. This feeling was similar to when a poisonous snake suddenly appeared behind him when he was hiding in the grass and watching the enemy cavalry. This feeling had appeared once before, so he felt that it was not a coincidence. He turned around. He was on the second floor of the tea house. Behind him was a staircase. There was no one on this staircase. In this moment, his face paled. He suddenly sensed clearly that this feeling of danger came from the teapot that had been in front of him but was now behind him. He opened his mouth, wanting to let out a shrill scream. However, faster than his vital energy, the teapot that had been calmly placed on the tea tray shook slightly. A drop of water flew out of the mouth of the teapot, elongating into a sword, easily piercing through the back of his neck and entering his brain. His eyes suddenly widened, filled with blood, and his body froze. No one in the tea house detected anything unusual on the second floor. Among the customers on the first floor, there were subordinates of this middle-aged man, but even they did not sense anything unusual. However, behind the wall of this tea house, in another alley, a tall and slender woman carrying a basket of flowers was walking past. She was selling flowers. This woman's clothes were very simple and elegant. For some reason, the people who walked past her couldn't see her face clearly. The news of the middle-aged man's death immediately reached the main tent of the Tiger and Wolf Army. A young man in casual clothing knelt on one knee and described in detail all the details of the middle-aged man's death, including his own speculations, to Liang Lian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the tent. Liang Lian looked coldly at this young man. There was true coldness in his eyes. He didn't like subordinates who added too much of their own emotions and speculations when reporting. Moreover, he also knew that after the military counselor who had followed him for many years was killed by him, this young man was too eager to show off and wanted to become his new military counselor. But even though he did not like this young man, he still had enough tolerance. Because the other was loyal to him. The one who killed the left general cannot be by Shanshui. He shook his head and looked at the young man whose expression had stiffened because of his denial. He said slowly, "Even at my peak, I cannot kill the left general silently." The young man did not know that his judgment that Liang Lian thought was childish was actually correct. Hearing Liang Lian's words, he paled and thought he understood something. This wine shop youth is now a member of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. The people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect are famed for protecting their own. They are known to be protective, and only those people of Minute Mountain Sword Sect have such strength. Liang Lian stood up and slowly walked out of the tent. He coughed and looked at the city walls of Changling. He said coldly, "Many people want to force me to leave Changling quickly. I can ignore them, but I cannot ignore Minute Mountain Sword Sect." In the south suburbs of the city, in the tea garden. After Ding Ning left that day, most people in Changling wanted to know what happened to the middle-aged tea master who had knelt for a day in the tea garden. Especially when most people in Changling learned that the middle-aged tea master and palace attendant Rong, who had forced Shui Wangshu to his death, were secret lovers. But speculation was speculation. Palace attendant Rong and the matter itself were too important for most people in Changling. So after Ding Ning left, no one dared to enter the tea garden to look. On this day, an ignorant farmer driving an ox cart entered the tea garden. He was an old acquaintance of Zhong Luyang. He raised chickens and geese in the outskirts of Changling, and would deliver fertilizer to this tea garden several times a year. Because he was not in Changling, he did not know what had happened here. When he entered the tea garden, this farmer found that Zhong Luyang's bamboo hut was uninhabited. The ashes in Zhong Luyang's stone stove appeared to have been cold for a long time, and not recently. The farmer was puzzled. He looked around, and when he came to the pond where Zhong Luyang washed her clothes and washed her rice, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He saw many white bones. These white bones were just ordinary goose bones. The remaining meat on the bones had been eaten clean by the ants, but these fine white bones were arranged in a row on the ground. This row of white bone words spelled out a date. This farmer thought. That was a day 3 years before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne. He clearly remembered that 3 days after this day would be the day of the late emperor's death. This farmer found it strange that he could not find Zhong Luyang. He went out of the garden to ask about Zhong Luyang. When he heard what had happened here a few days ago, he was in disbelief. Then he casually mentioned the row of white bone words that puzzled him. No one could solve his confusion. Everyone who heard felt that Zhong Luyang might have left behind this row of white bone words. They wanted to say something, but no one knew what this date meant. But palace attendant Rong knew. Or rather, in all of Changling, only she and the empress knew. When the news of the tea garden reached her courtyard in the imperial palace, she, who was no longer standing under the eaves, but sitting woodenly by the window, could not help but tremble. She clearly remembered this date. Because on that day, that person had returned and spent a night with the empress in a courtyard in Changling. The empress' trip had been very secretive. She had arranged it, and only she knew. At that time, the empress had been together with the Yuanwu emperor. She had been preparing to start a mutiny against that person and the Basin Kendo ground. That night, the empress had been very affectionate towards that person. But that night, the Yuanwu emperor did not know. That date represented that day. Many other things could have happened, but she naturally thought of that night. Because she knew that the empress would naturally associate it with that kind of night. That person was dead. How could Zhong Luyang know what happened that night? Palace attendant Rong's body trembled. Her clothing started to be soaked with sweat. She knew that she would not talk in her sleep, but at this time, she started to suspect that she really talked in her sleep. She did not dare to believe that even if Zhong Luyang knew what happened that night, he would use such a method to take revenge on her. Yet she was certain that the empress would feel that the words Zhong Luyang left behind represented that night. What does he mean? Yi Sileng walked tiredly back to his little courtyard and looked at the flower girl sitting comfortably on the bamboo chair. He seems to mean to deal with Liang Lian and palace attendant Rong at the same time. Bai Shanshui smiled at Yi Sileng and said, "Everything seems to have become more interesting. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.